Okay, sir. A very good morning to all the dignitaries, learned delegates, honorable resource person, and honorable chairperson. On this pleasant day, I, Dr. Preeti Jas, Assistant Professor from Department of Commerce and Management, take this privilege to warmly welcome you all in a two-day national conference on the topic Contemporary Issue in Management, Commerce and Economics, Disruption and Sustainability under the New Normal, organized by Dr. S.C. Gulhani, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts, Nagpur. Every positive action combined with positive thinking results in success. Welcome you all on today's third session. What are contemporary issues in management, commerce, and economics, and how it creates disruption, and how to get sustainability to focus on this and many other aspects? Today, we have with us a very renowned personality, Dr. Arvind Mohan sir. Before moving ahead, let me have the privilege to introduce our resource person for the third session. Dr. Arvind Mohan sir is a professor in the Department of Economics, Faculty of Arts in the University of Lucknow. Sir has more than 30 years of experience in academics. He has published 14 research papers in various national and international journals. He has worked as a consultant or a team leader with the World Bank, Udyog Bandhu, UNDP, and others. He also worked with the government on areas like human development, industrial development, and financing. He has delivered various guest lectures on several topics as well as also invited as a keynote speaker in national and international conferences. It's our privilege to have such an eminent personality as a resource person in our national conference and to moderate this session. We have with us very dynamic personality, Dr. Hariom Punyani sir. He is a great academician, presently working as professor and head, Department of Commerce, Hislop College, Nagpur. He has more than 18 years of very rich teaching experience in finance and accountancy at PG and UG level. He is a member of RTM Nagpur University Syllabus Restructuring Committee as per NEP for BCom CBCS program and also the editorial member at Wing Group of Journals and International Journals of Social Science and Management Studies. He has published and presented several research papers in national and international journals. He has completed a minor research project of UGC on the subject strategies of financial derivatives for retail investors. He is a great motivational speaker and a life coach. Conducted more than 650 successful motivational workshops and seminars across the country. Now, I request our honorable resource person, Dr. Arvind Mohan, to enlighten us with our valuable talk. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I'm extremely thankful for inviting me in this extremely relevant seminar that your college is conducting. I will want to talk about opportunities before India and as well as the challenges that this country has. More importantly, I'll also want to focus on the emergence of the emerging economy in the overall global scenario. Uh, I'll want to make a presentation, and I do have a small challenge today. My laptop is not working the way it should. Actually, it had crashed, although it's started working now. But let's hope that I'm able to make a presentation. I'm sure that many of you must be researching in areas of international economy. What I'll try to do here is, yeah, let me see. Hope this is visible to everyone. Is it?
Yes,
Yes, sir,
sir.
it's visible.
Yeah. So this is the primary focus, wanting to focus on the global economy and rise of emerging economies, particularly the Indian economy. How and where Indian economy stands today, how we intend to move forward, and what are the global and domestic challenges, as well as what are the global and domestic engines which are likely to make us achieve what we want to. Now, just now, Alice, I don't know what is happening. Give me 5 minutes before. I'll start with G20, and as all of us know, that this is an extremely important grouping and continues to become more important every day. What I'm wanting to focus here is just, yeah, several years back, that is 2011, Asian Development Bank report predicted that large Asian economies such as China and India would play a more important role in global economy. The report claimed that rise of emerging market economies heralded a new world order in which the G20 would become the Global Economic Steering Committee. Now, this is not merely a statement. By the time this report was there, already a tectonic shift has happened. And as we are moving from 2011 to 2023, and as we move beyond 23, the world has begun to realize the relevance of economies like India, China, Indonesia, and few more. I will start with what happened in 2008-9, and then we'll want to take you to the current scenario. What I'm sharing here is we were working on an international, rather, we were tracking 200 countries when this global crisis happened, and we're trying to understand that where the world is moving. So that is where I'm starting from. This is the picture of a real estate scenario from 1968 to 2007-8. This is just when the global meltdown or the great global crisis of 2008-9 happened. And what you will observe here, particularly look at this period of the 90s. This period of the 90s is extremely important because you're finding a trend line as far as real estate prices, which is whether it's your residential prices or it's commercial real estate, everything, the trend line is upward sloping trend line. Now, why this becomes important? 1990s is a period of mild recession in United States. And during those days, if you're looking at the top 20 financial institutions of the world, you will find that these 20 institutions are either American, European, or Japanese. Close. And these 20 institutions of the world, 20 financial institutions, they literally hold almost the entire global capital, most of it. So, and global capital, as we know, is one of the most important energy source for all kind of economic transformation. So, given an opportunity, these 20 countries, these 20 institutions, they always wanted to invest whatever resources they have, if possible, in United States, Europe, and if anything remains in countries like Japan and Australia, and that's all. But given the scenario that 90s is a period of mild recession in Europe, US, Japan, etc., there were limited opportunities for investing such large global resources running into trillions of dollars. It is in this backdrop that they have huge resources and they don't really know how to and where to invest it. At that point of time, the graph that you are seeing here comes extremely handy. What these people are realizing is they found a new recipe which famously came to be known as subprime and subsequently subprime crisis. Subprime, as you know, the crisis that happened in the United States and Europe. Subprime means that the prudent banking norms are being violated. Normally, if you are seeking some loan in India, you will be asked for your income tax return, your monthly income, salary details, etc. You will also be asked for a collateral and margin, meaning if your collateral is worth a crore, all that the bank will be willing to give you is maybe 80 lakh rupees. 20 lakh is the margin. And this 20 lakh is what the borrower will have to invest from his own resources. Now, these prudent banking norms bring in lots of sanity to the system. Whenever these are violated, if a lending happens violating some of these basic prudent norms, this is what we call subprime lending. Because these 20 large financial institutions, they had money sitting in them and they didn't know where to invest it. They wanted to invest it only in Europe and United States. So here they are finding an opportunity that if subprime lending happens, particularly looking at the scenario of the 90s, this 90s scenario, that if something is lent, say a crore rupees is lent, something around somewhere around 1995, then maybe 2 years down the line, the value of that collateral, real estate, is likely to rise to maybe 1 crore or 1.25 crore. Meaning, if adequate collateral is not there, suppose the collateral value is 1 crore, and there is no 2 years or 3 years down the line, then they'll really be looking into how the recovery is to be made. By that time, they know that the value would have appreciated to maybe 1.5 crore. So already collateral already been generated. So on the strength of this argument that real estate prices are rising and rising and rising, the trend line for more than 10 years is upward sloping. On the strength of this argument, American institutions, American lending institutions, European lending institutions, they went into subprime lending. Subprime lending they knew is risky. So obviously they were then looking for some kind of risk mitigation methods. And they realized that easy risk mitigation is possible from something like what we call uh, investment banking. But in United States, sometime around 1950s, a law had been passed by the Senate and the Congress, and the law was that commercial banks cannot take up investment banking function and vice versa. So investment bank cannot take up commercial banking function, and this clear segregation of functions was now a huge hurdle because now large lending was to happen under the subprime system, and subprime is Subprime lending is risky. Risk mitigation requires making use of investment banking instruments. Banking institution, particularly in the West, now even in countries like India, is an extremely powerful institution. Their lobbying capacities are phenomenal. So they started lobbying in United States, and almost in no time, the American senators were almost standing in line to bring in a new bill. So a new bill was brought in the American Parliament, repealing the earlier one. The earlier law was repealed. Law was brought, I think, sometime around 1997, which meant that now commercial banks will have the right or or the authority to take up investment banking function and vice versa. Moment has happened. Now there are two things which are happening. One is in the commercial lending domain. In commercial lending domain, what is happening is subprime lending is happening. And because subprime lending is risky, these financial institutions, many of them, they came together and they created something that we call a special purpose vehicle. So a special purpose vehicle comes into existence, and this special purpose vehicle is truly special. Everything, which means the collateral which were available, each monthly installment which was to come to these financial institutions, everything, the risk, the return, collateral, security, everything is now transferred to what we are now calling a special purpose vehicle. This special purpose vehicle is very special. The moment it comes into existence, it also has the authority to issue commercial papers. And that is what exactly happened. In 2002, total subprime lending that happened in United States was close to around, and what I am saying for United States is similar story, a parallel story is developing across Europe as well. So in 2002, subprime lending in United States was valued at around $20 billion. $20 billion. Now, this $20 billion, moment it came to this special purpose vehicle, on the strength of this, they issued commercial paper. In the beginning, this piece of paper, maybe I'm missing that paper actually, but nonetheless, that slide is not here. Moment a commercial paper was issued, which in the beginning maybe was valued at around $1 a piece. This piece was then, a rating agency was asked, some of the finest rating agency like say CRISIL was invited to rate this piece of paper. So because there were several types of papers available, some were rated AAA plus, some were rated double B, etc., depending on their risk. And on the basis of risk appetite, different individuals can buy these. Then an insurance company, some of the largest insurance company of the world, like AIG, they were invited to insure this piece of paper. Now what is happening is a piece of paper, a commercial paper, is now floated in the market, which is issued by a very strong financial institution whose net worth is $20 billion, which we are calling a special purpose vehicle. Its net worth is now $20 billion. And this special purpose vehicle is backed by some of the largest financial institutions of the world. And these largest financial institutions of the world, together, their net worth runs into trillions of dollars. Now, anyone who's buying this commercial paper knows that this large financial institution, whose capacity is $20 billion, is unlikely to fail, is too large to fail. And if it fails, it is backed by another institution whose net worth is running into trillions of dollars. Obviously, they are not likely to fail. So if this SPV fails, a special purpose vehicle fails, there is a very large institution to back it. And why should I be bothered? Because when I'm buying, I've already seen the rating. If I have low risk appetite, I'm buying that piece of paper which is rated AAA plus. And if everything fails, then this piece of paper is insured. insurance company will pay me. Given these exceptionally high qualities which this piece of paper had, this commercial paper had, very soon this commercial paper, which was issued at maybe a dollar or less, was soon trading at $50 a piece. Any high net worth individual across the world, any banking institution which had surplus, any insurance company which had surplus resources, everyone, every institution or individual, they were all investing in this piece of paper. So in phase two, this special purpose vehicle or these large financial institutions had even more resources through this commercial paper than what they had in the beginning. Why was subprime lending started? Because these financial institutions were flush with funds. They didn't know where to invest. And now they have even more resources available than what they had earlier. Recession was still there and they were not finding adequate places. The only opportunity was real estate. Real estate already had a problem. And the problem was that those subprime borrowers, inappropriate borrowers, had come to the financial institution and were rejected because they were not fulfilling the norms. That is why a broker was brought in. Broker was asked, go and bring in those inappropriate borrowers. So in phase one, he brought in those borrowers. They were provided loans. When more resources came through commercial paper, then this borrower was again asked that you are not doing any work, go back and bring in more borrowers. So he goes back to the market, brings in even lesser appropriate borrowers, and this phenomena continues. Subprime lending in 2002 is worth $20 billion. In 2006, it rises to $600 billion. And in 2007, in just 3 months, the third quarter of 2007, subprime lending is estimated at around $7 trillion. I'm no longer talking billion. It's now $trillion. $7 trillion worth of subprime lending in 3 months. And when this crisis got exposed in 2008, mid of 2008, when the world really realized what is happening, by that time, accumulated subprime lending had reached $70 trillion. 70 trillion. There is no, at that point of time, there was no single economy in the world whose economy or whose GDP was valued at that level. India's GDP 2 years later, in 2010, is estimated at $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. And we are talking about subprime lending worth $70 trillion. Now come back to this figure that you see before you, this graph. This is real estate market. And we find that time and again, there are fluctuations. Every year, every month, every 2 months, every 5 years, every 10 years. From 1960s to 2008, we find that real estate prices are fluctuating. Like any other market, there is fluctuation in prices. And we find that normally real estate values don't go into the negative. There are small instances, at least two in this figure, before the last one, where it almost touches the zero level and then bounces back. And then from 90s onwards, it has been rising, rising and rising. And then we realize somewhere around after 2006-7, it begins to fall. And then it falls and falls and falls. Why? Reason is very simple. Before the subprime lending started, whatever lending was happening in United States, and same is the story for Europe, whatever lending was happening, it was all prime lending. There was no subprime lending, meaning there were adequate collateral available. In most of the cases, 20% margin or adequate margin was available. People were already evaluated whether they'll be able to pay their EMIs, etc. Their income capacities were well evaluated, well assessed. Meaning that if a crisis happened, if real estate prices begin to fall, we see in this diagram that normally the fluctuation doesn't go beyond 15-20%. So
Sir,
20% was
if I can interrupt you for a minute, sir, your PPT is not showing.
my FPI or FI, foreign institutional investment, is is significantly higher. In some of the years, it is close to $10 billion. So what we were attracting was much less FDI and much larger foreign institutional investment, which is actually investment in the share market, and which can always turn into hot money, can run away anytime. We always want a larger share of FDI. The things begin to change in 2006 7 2007. So they begin to change. In 2007, we are almost catching up with China. Foreign direct investment jumps from $6 billion to $18 billion, and is much larger than foreign institutional investment. That is the money which is going to share markets. So FDI jumps to $18 billion. And the story beyond this is even more interesting, which I'll take up in a minute, maybe a few slides later. When the crisis happened, the world is entering into meltdown. This is 2007-8. In 2007-8, what we realize is entire world was the first shock that rest of the world outside Europe and United States, the shock that they are facing is primarily the first shock is that global capital is going down. FDI particularly is going down. But India is a different phenomenon. 2007-8, FDI jumps to $27.6 billion. In 2006, it is $6 billion. In 2007, it is $18 billion. And when the crisis happens in the world, we are almost touching $28 billion. And when the crisis is at its peak, 2008-9, foreign direct investment jumps to close to around $32 billion. Now, why is that happening? It's happening because whatever global capital is remaining with different institutions, they are wanting to park it somewhere which gives them return, but more than return, it gives them some safety, that their money remains safe. Now even Europe and United States are no longer safe. India is a safe option. And that is why FDI is rising in India. But FDI is not all of the global capital which is coming from abroad. Global capital we divide into three parts. One is FDI, another one is FII, and yet another one is external commercial borrowing. In 2008, foreign direct investment, as I just mentioned, was close to around $28 billion. FII was close to around $20 billion. External commercial borrowing was close to around $28 billion. In 2008-9, is very interesting. In 2009, FDI rises to $32 billion from $28 billion. FII shows a negative entry of $15 billion, meaning no FII came into India. Rather, $15 billion were withdrawn from India. And external commercial borrowing, it falls from around $28 billion to close to around $6 billion. Net impact on global capital flows in India is that in 2008, net inflow was $82 billion, all three taken together. In 2008-9, it is only $15 billion. From $82 billion, it falls to $15 billion. Now, why FII shows a negative entry or an outflow of $15 billion? Reason is simple. India is very attractive. There is still lots of profit to be reaped in Indian stock markets. But the problem is that these foreign institutional investors, their mother company is somewhere in the United States or in Europe, and they've opened a subsidiary to invest in India. The mother company is sinking, is likely to go bankrupt. So the first priority for these FIIs is to save their mother. So they are selling whatever is available across the world, including those in emerging markets like India and China. We are still strong. India is strong. China is strong. But they are selling it so that the mother company could be saved. And that is exactly what happened in India. These FIIs, they sold around 78,000 crore rupees worth of shares in Indian markets. 78,000 crore worth of shares were sold, and overnight, this money was converted into dollars and taken abroad, which was measured at close to around $15 billion at that point of time. Now, this is a very interesting development which is happening. 78,000 crore rupees is being withdrawn. It is impacting money supply in India. It is impacting foreign currency balance. Foreign currency balance. Now, first development which is happening in India is normally currency values are measured around what we often refer to as REER, real effective exchange rate. Real effective exchange rate is uh, it is influenced by factors like national income, your share in global trade, etc., your foreign exchange reserves, etc. So what is now happening is a country like United States, their balance is falling, their national income is falling, their foreign exchange reserves are plummeting, everything is negative. So chances are there, as far as dollar is concerned, real effective exchange rate in terms of RER, dollar value should fall. India, if not rising, is at least where it was. It is not impacted. So chances are, or what we were anticipating was that rupee will appreciate, dollar will depreciate. And this is exactly what happens. Dollar begins to fall from around 45, 46 rupees a dollar to around 39 rupees a dollar. It falls. And then suddenly this happens. Foreign capital flows, for whatever reason, whether to save the mother company or whatever, foreign capital flows, they begin to rise. We've already seen that $15 billion were withdrawn by FIIs. Indian banks, they have international branches. So many of the Indian banks, because there were crises in Europe and US, they wanted to take some of their money from here to support their foreign branches. RBI allowed them. They also took around 1 lakh crore worth of foreign exchange from India and took it abroad. So $15 billion was withdrawn by FIIs. Close to around 18-20 billion was withdrawn by Indian banks. So suddenly supply of dollars is going down significantly and demand is rising. Demand because Indian banks have to buy dollar, FIIs have to buy dollar, 78,000 crore rupees that they have sold. Suddenly there is higher demand for dollar. So demand supply mismatch happens. Suddenly what happens? Dollar falls to 39 rupees and then it takes a U-turn and rises to 52 rupees a dollar. And this created serious problem for India. Problem: international trade is subject to currency fluctuations. So the normal trader, normal exporter, importer, etc., they create hedges. Hedges are created on certain logic. Logic is the one that I just mentioned, that RER is likely to strengthen for India and weaken for United States. So we were expecting the dollar will fall. But here what happens is, for reasons that we just discussed, the demand supply mismatch. Suddenly, dollar from 39, it falls to 39 and then rises back to around 52 dollars, 52 rupees a dollar. And this meant that significant losses because of hedges going wrong were created in the process. So that is one major challenge that happened. Equally important challenge that happened was, before I come to those challenges, uh, unfortunately you can't see these slides. What I'm showing here is a picture starting 1970 to 2009. This is the global growth story, annual growth story, which shows that as far as the global growth rate is concerned, where from this growth is coming. In most of the years till the beginning of this century, or maybe till 2000, uh, early parts of this century, what we're finding is that the major contribution to global growth is actually coming from non-Asia developed countries. That is primarily Europe and United States. So whatever growth is coming, the global growth story, a major contribution, the largest chunk of contribution is coming from Europe and United States, as we understand. But this story begins to change in this century. And by the time 2009 happens, as we enter into 2009, contribution, as far as global growth is concerned, contribution to global growth from the so-called developed world, Europe and United States is zero. In 2009, their contribution is zero. If the world is still afloat, is still growing, the reason is Asia. And that too, primarily India and China. It is these two countries which ensure that the world remains afloat. The diagram that is before me, or rather the global map, and this is very interesting. I'm capturing it at 2 points of time. One is 2008, another is 2009. What we are finding is in 2009, as we enter into 2009, American area, that is United States, Canada, etc., they're all showing negative growth rate of minus 2.4%, meaning United States is in recession in 2009. Eurozone, entire Eurozone, negative growth rate of minus 4.1%. Eurozone is in recession. Japan, minus 5.2%. Now look at even the emerging economies. Brazil, minus 0.2% is only mild, but still negative growth rate, 0.2%. Russia, minus 7.9% in significant recession. India and China. China in 2008, the growth rate is 10.5%. And in 2009, when the rest of the world is in recession, Chinese growth rate is still 9.1%. India, before, rather in 2008, our growth rate is 9.4%. In 2009, the growth rate is 6.7% positive. It is these two countries which keep the rest of the world afloat. सारी दुनिया अगर डीप रिसेशन में नहीं चली गई है तो थैंक्स टू टू कंट्रीज एंड दीज आर इंडिया एंड चाइना. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time, so not able to come to the current scenario. Maybe some other time we'll have, at some forum, we'll have opportunity to interact with you. Maybe I'll have to stop here. Any quick question here? I'll love to respond.
Participants, if you have any query, please ask.
Yes, participants, please. It was a very informative session by sir. We request you, if you have any questions, you can put in the chat box, or you can ask him directly.
Hope I was able to communicate what I wanted to. Unfortunately, the presentation didn't work, but I hope you were able to understand.
Definitely.
I think, sir, there is no questions, so we continue.
Thank you so much. Thanks. I'll take your leave.
Thank you, sir. It was an amazing session. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. Now, to moderate the session, I would like to invite Dr. Hariom Punyani, sir, to enlighten us with your views. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. If you can just ask sir to please rejoin, it will be better. because if I'm moderating the session, he should be able to be a part of this meeting if possible. If he can join, can someone contact him,
Yes, sir.
please?
Yes.
And before I start the moderation, I would like to, of course, acknowledge and thank Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Dr. R.C. Gulhane, Dr. Joshi, Dr. Rewardkar, for inviting me today for this session to moderate. It was, of course, an amazing one from Dr. Arvind Mohan and all the organizers of this 2 day national level conference. I believe even yesterday it was an amazing session by various speakers. And all you organizers, Ashish sir, Priyanka ma'am, Sonika ma'am, Pooja ma'am, everyone who is coordinating, Neha ma'am, and everyone. And today's proceedings were taken care by Preeti ma'am. I believe very well organized, first of all. I would like to compliment SC Gulhane Prerna College for conducting this 2 day webinar or a conference very smoothly and successfully. And my heartfelt congratulations to all of you, your whole team, under the able guidance of your mentors. You have been amazing. You do it consistently. That's one thing. And every time you do it quality. So it matters a lot. And my best wishes for further events and conferences or sessions with your college.
Thank you
If
so
sir
much,
would,
sir.
pleasure,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much, sir.
Pleasure. So Preeti ma'am, if he's
Sir,
joining,
sir, Arvind sir joining in just 1 minute.
yes, perfect. So we just wait for a minute to him to join, and then I will like to moderate
You might
his
want the session.
beautiful session.
Okay. Sir is joining the session, sir.
जी,
Ah.
Hariom sir, Arvind sir joined the session.
Yeah, great. Arvind sir, welcome to this session. In fact, छोटा मुंह बड़ी बात होगी. After this beautiful session, a very informative, a very well specifically designed session on the topic. You took the concept of subprime so easily that even a layman who was not a part of commerce or economics would have understood this minute details of what happened with subprime in 2008. So you actually touched a very important aspect, sir. I believe this is something which sometimes we need to understand, and especially the new investors. Basically, I am more into finance, so I would like to connect your session accordingly. You have taken it in a concept of global scenario and how subprime started, how it developed, how it took over the recession, how it took over the whole world into trouble, and what actually the role was there and what was something India was waiting for, and everything perfectly planned, sir. And 2008 subprime, what I could reconnect with all the data which you shared right now and all the risk factors of IMS when we were discussing. Sir, this was 2008, and when this happened, the subprime happened in US, of course, uska prabhav India pe aana hi tha, because whenever there is some problem in a family, if one of the family members is not well, the whole family gets disturbed. तो वासुदेव कुटुंबकम जब हम कहते हैं, तो पूरा जब हम अर्थ को अपना G20 के बात करते हैं, तो पूरी अर्थ को हम मानते हैं कि इट्स वन फैमिली. So yes, this subprime in 2008 actually shattered the whole world. You explained it beautifully, though unfortunately there were some technical issues. You couldn't share those beautiful diagrams, and I was also keen to look and introspect on those things. But anyways, next time for that, sir. So I'll just like to share that 2008 subprime when came to India, that effect when came to India, and you have already explained the outflow of the foreign reserves, it shattered the stock markets. It completely, there was a downfall, a meltdown of the stock markets. And sir, I could relate it very nicely because that incidence of 2008, which happened, one of my close friends who was a stock market investor, and he was into derivative trading that time. Suddenly, one fine day, when the markets were closed at freezed basically at the top, the bottom level for 3 continuous days. In those 2 to 3 days, uh, my friend actually lost all his money. In fact, he was in leverage position. He was borrowing and then investing in the markets, and he lost everything. And whatever he also borrowed, he lost everything. And unfortunately, sir, he committed a suicide. And from there, I, as a researcher that time, got an inspiration to do research on derivative trading for financial derivative trading for retail investors. So I took that topic up because I suffered a big loss in my personal life because of this subprime, directly or indirectly. And therefore, I took this topic and worked on the topic, and I came to a conclusion, and which I'd like to share with the connection of the topic sir has discussed already in a very beautiful way, that the derivative trading in the financial derivative trading in the stock markets, I believe, what my research said, is basically very risky for a retail investor. This is basically for corporates, basically for investment companies, investment banks, mutual fund companies. So, but when a retail investor goes into a stock market, he goes for a trading in his own way without any training. That actually makes a very big impact. In my research 2012, way back, when I found in India, I feel there were not even 5% of retail investors who were trading in the stock market in derivatives with any kind of training. So unfortunately, stock markets are not bad things, but stock market becomes bad when you don't know the knowledge, don't have the knowledge of anything. So it's like swimming in the ocean without knowing the actual basic swimming skills. And I tried to propagate this after my research. My thesis was awarded PhD. So I tried to propagate this, and today I feel really overwhelmed because you have touched every single point of that global meltdown which took place. And this session of yours also makes all of us aware once again to keep a track on factual figures and fundamentals, so that even though we feel that today we are in a very good position, but even though there is always maybe a next subprime coming in some other way. So it is important for all the researchers right now in this conference to understand that a kind of subprime can every time happen to in any country. So we all, as literate investors, literate human beings who are connected in the financial markets, should always be aware of the facts, figures, and do not go by just tips and the flow of the emotions in the stock market specifically. Because events like subprime, like in 2 years back, we faced COVID-19. No one expected this. So, search session actually is enlightening, is an eye opener, and he has given so beautifully the presentation that I have no words. I have no words to thank him. In fact, I would love to listen to him, interact with him once again. I believe the same goes with all the other participants. The college organizers are really happy to have you as a speaker, I believe, and I am really blessed, sir, to have you there and having a chance to moderate your session. I am having no capacity to moderate you as an individual and your session at all. You are amazing, and please, therefore, I really understand now why you are a World Bank consultant. It proves, your session proves that that's the reason you have that in-depth knowledge and the clarity of presenting things, and that makes you a consultant of the World Bank. I wish you all the very best, sir, for future endeavors, and I wish all the very best to SC Gulhani Prerna College of Commerce for a wonderful event and ahead, and of course, future events. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful talk. After this wonderful session, it's time to thank our eminent speaker, moderator, and participants. Thank you, sir. Now, to wind up the third session with the vote of thanks. First of all, I thank the eminent resource person for his wonderful talk and guidance on the topic, Dr. Arvind Mohan. And I thank you to Dr. Hariom Punyani sir for moderating the session wonderfully. A special thank to Dr. S.A. Gulhane sir, Secretary of Prerna Seva Mandal, Abhilasha Gurde ma'am, CEO of Prerna Seva Mandal, Dr. Joshi sir, Director of our college, Dr. Revatkar sir, Principal of our college, Dr. Gupta sir, and the conference coordinator for their kind support and guidance. With this, I declare that the third session is over and to begin the paper presentation. I would like to hand over the charge to Miss Pooja Gadve ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good morning to all. We will start with the paper presentation soon as a guest has not yet joined, I think. Sonika ma'am, Mugdha ma'am has joined us
Ma'am,
or not?
the ma'am join in next 5 minutes.
Okay. So dear participants, we will start the paper presentation session in just 5 minutes. Yes, Mugdha ma'am, are you there?
Yes, madam, I'm there.
Yes, ma'am. Can we start with the paper presentation
Yes,
session,
sure,
ma'am?
sure, sure,
Okay.
sure.
Okay. A very good morning, honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, esteemed guests, and fellow scholars. We are gathered here today for an enlightening session of knowledge sharing and intellectual discourse. It is with great pleasure that I, Pooja Gadve, from Department of Commerce and Management, on behalf of Dr. S.C. Gulhane Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts, welcome you to the National Conference on Contemporary Issues in Management, Commerce and Economics, Disruption and Sustainability under the New Normal, organized by our college, which is an event that celebrates the spirit of research and innovation. It's a cheerful welcome I bring to each one of you with the dreams, hopes, and aspirations that we all share. On this pleasant occasion, I, Pooja, feel honored to welcome our very special guest for this session, Dr. Mugdha Deshpande, ma'am. We gather here today to witness a remarkable display of intellect, innovation, and scholarly endeavor. So, this session promises to be intellectually stimulating as we delve into the world of paper presentations. So, this session is about to witness a testament to the dedication and hard work of the researchers who have worked tirelessly to contribute to their respective fields. Well, Albert Einstein said, if we know what it was we were doing, it would not be called research, would it? It is on occasion like this we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains think about these contemporary issues in management, commerce, and economics, disruption, and sustainability under the new normal. Throughout history, conferences have been pivotal in driving progress and fostering collaboration across disciplines. Today, we continue this tradition, providing a platform for the brightest minds to share their insights, research, and discoveries. The papers presented here will reflect the culmination of rigorous research, tireless exploration, and a passion for pushing the boundaries of human understanding. Now, let me have privilege to introduce our today's distinguished and eminent personality, Dr. Mugdha Deshpande ma'am. Ma'am is presently working with Dayanand Aryakanya with Mahavidyalaya as an associate professor in Department of Commerce. She has a rich teaching experience of over 20 years and she has published several papers in national as well as international journals. She has also written articles in newspapers and magazines. She has worked as an editor and member of the editorial board for journals and books, and also as a subject expert in various committees. She has completed one UGC minor research project and has convened several UGC sponsored national conferences and seminars. She is a member of Board of Studies in Commerce and is associated with several co-curricular and extracurricular activities as well. It's really an honor to have such a remarkable personality with us today. I would like to thank you, ma'am, for taking the time out of your heavy schedule and marking this spectacular session with your glorious presence. On behalf of college, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Now, as we embark on this journey of exploration, let us remember the significance of these presentations. They are the embodiment of countless hours of dedication and the result of unwavering determination. Each presenter will bring forth a unique perspective, offering us a glimpse into their corner of the academic universe. So, during this session, I encourage you all to engage actively with the presenters, pose thought provoking questions, engage in meaningful discussions, and contribute to the exchange of ideas. Let us foster an environment of respect, curiosity, and collaboration, a true testament to the spirit of this conference. Before starting the presentations, I would like to acknowledge you by the guidelines of the presentation session. Here's how today's session will unfold. All participants are allowed to use a maximum of 10 slides, inclusive of participant details. The participants should make their title as a headline, and each presenter will have maximum 10 minutes to present their paper. Following each presentation, we will open the floor for questions and discussion. Please ensure that your questions are concise and relevant to maximize the value of our discussions. So now let begins for the presentations, and I would like to invite our first presenter, Mr. Gaurav Gajbe sir. He is an assistant professor in Department of Commerce and Management from Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. Over to Gaurav sir. Gaurav sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. participants, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. First of all, I am thankful to the organizer that they allow me to present my research work on this two-day national conference. Theme of the conference is contemporary issues in management, commerce, and economic disruption and sustainability under new normal. My topic is foreign direct investment scenario within India in new normal. Content of just a minute. My slide is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. So, content of my presentation in abstract, introduction, literature review, hypothesis, objective research methodology, conclusion, and suggestion. First of all, dear all research scholar and participant, abstract of my research paper, a contribution of foreign direct investment in a country's economic development is widely important. As we all know, my paper deals with top sectors which got positive responses in new normal. However, there are many research already done on the FDI. This paper gives details on the leading Indian sector that got favorably investment in new normal. The study's finding clearly mention that how simple to develop economy after FDI which will undoubtedly solve problem regarding unemployment in India. My research paper strongly believes that FDI, that is foreign direct investment, will help economy in new normal and for sustainable economical development growth. Introduction, I want to mention one definition of foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment is an ownership stake in foreign company or project made by an investor, company, or government from another company. This definition is given by Dr. Adam Hess. He is expert in economics and successful trader in US. There are three types of foreign direct investment: horizontal, vertical, and conglomerate FDI. Where horizontal FDI is investing in same type of business. If another country's company is investing in same type of business, that is called a horizontal foreign direct investment. Then vertical foreign direct investment is acquires complementary business in another country. Conglomerate FDI is a company invest in foreign direct investment that is unrelated to its core business. These are the three types of foreign direct investment. Then I want to mention literature review. Here I use two research paper as my literature review. First is in 2006, Bajpayee and Jeffrey argue in their test paper that the title of the paper is Foreign Direct Investment in India, Issues and Problem. Identifies the problem about India's current FDI issues, systems, and also other related responsible for the unattractiveness of Indian depository. Bajpayee ji mentioned that rigid policy over FDI creates obstacle in the route of FDI. Means he is saying that did not getting much FDI because of the rigid foreign direct investment policy made by government of India. Then I want to mention my second research paper that made by Kumar and Kartika in 2010 found that its research that foreign direct investment plays an important role in economic development. As I already told, most of the countries use it on foreign investment and foreign technology to accelerate the pace of their economy. Take the example of Android system OS. If American company ready to invest in India with their latest technology, then it will be help India's economy by investment as well as by the technology. The hypothesis of the research paper is there is no significant difference between FDI and economic growth. And next hypothesis, there is a significant difference between FDI and economic growth. Next slide is objective behind my research paper is the information for a study was gathered from a variety of already published research paper, and specific goals are to analyze top sector getting FDI in new normal in terms of economic growth, to discuss the importance of FDI as far as country's economic development is concerned, to suggest some recommendation on FDI. Here in this slide, I mentioned 4 important sectors. That is, first is service sector, trading sector, chemical sector, and telecommunication sector. Here I compare 2022 and 23 years, financial year, that getting the foreign direct investment. So India's service sector near about getting 53,000 crore investment in 2022 and 70,000 investment in 2023. So look at the growth. Then telecom sector is 4,980 crore investment, whereas in 2023 5,469 crore investment. In chemical sector 7,202 crore, and then look at the double growth that chemical sector had, 14,662 crores, 1,000 crores. Then trading sector 33,779 crore, and in 2023 38,060 crore. Look at the investment that in new normal that foreign direct investment of India's got, that positive investment that Indian sector will got. Conclusion. Here I want to conclude my research paper. India's economic development and growth are significantly influenced by foreign direct investment. Through creation of job and expansion of current service sector, telecom sector, pharma sector, FDI in India to various sectors can support sustainable economic growth. The increase in foreign direct investment in building and develop the Indian sectors. Then I want to suggest some point that India should focus on some other countries for FDI. Mauritius is investing in India, but we need to focus on some other countries. Then government should more liberal for the policy. I think I want to suggest that government should be more liberal on foreign direct investment policy. And last suggestion is influence some domestic player to attract foreign companies. Some domestic players can influence foreign direct investment to invest in our company. So thank you so much that organizer give me this opportunity to present my research paper. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, if you have any queries regarding this particular presentation, you can ask to sir. Yes, participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and you can
If
ask.
you have any queries regarding foreign direct investment and my research paper, so please ask.
I hope there are no questions.
Then I want to take your leave, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to call upon the next presenter. Manoj, sir, are you there? Mr. Manoj Jagnade. Yes, Manoj, sir, are you there? Mr. Manoj Jagnade. Miss Vishakha Bagde, ma'am. Mr. Manoj Jagnade, Miss Vishakha Bagde, ma'am. Okay. Okay, so Dr. Farooq Ahmad is ready with his presentation. So now I would like to call upon the next presenter, Dr. Farooq Ahmad Sheikh. He is an assistant professor from Department of Management, LKM Institute of Management Studies and Research, Kotara, Chandrapur. Yes. Over
Good
to
morning,
you.
everyone.
Yes, good morning,
Good morning,
sir.
everyone.
Good morning.
Just now, I just want to share my PPT over here.
Yes, sir. Please share your PPT.
That's okay. Uh, so my PPT is visible over there. Hello.
Not yet, sir.
Okay.
Have you shared the screen, sir?
I'm trying my best to do that. One second.
Okay, sir.
Is it visible right now? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now your screen is visible.
Okay.
Yeah. Presentation is visible, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
You can start, sir.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Farooq Ahmed from Saulina Kishore Mamidwar Institute of Management Studies and Research, Kosara Chandrapur. My topic for today's presentation is a survey on e-commerce in new normal. My co-author is Professor Rima Porduke from the same college. Uh, our abstract was there. In the coming decades, the COVID-19 pandemic will definitely be viewed as a turning point in several industries. Although the world managed to survive the pandemic, it caused inevitable shift to how people think about various aspects of their lives: physical health, mental health, entertainment diversity, social interaction, cashless transactions, supply chain, and e-commerce are some domains that we have completely been transferred by the pandemic. Although COVID-19 massively impacted economic activities and led to complete shutdown of some sectors, it definitely helped in the surge of e-commerce and increased the use of digital transactions. The average shares of internet users who made purchases online increased from 33% in developing countries before the pandemic to more than 60% the following the onset of the pandemic across 66 countries with statistics available. As social distancing became the new normal, business gradually transferred themselves along with the world. Online businesses started to grow up as more and more consumers started to buy their daily necessities through the help of online platforms and websites. So come to the introduction, the growth of e-commerce in India. As it is rightly said that in the most unfortunate times, there lies a room of hope for some. The outbreak of the virus created a defining movement for the Indian e-commerce industry. According to report, the e-commerce market in India expected to touch $200 billion or $200 billion by 2026 from $300 billion in 2017. In 2020, e-commerce shared 17% of the global retail trade as the country got habituated with cashless buying and selling. E-commerce platforms seemed like a better option for them to visit instead of physically traveling or to offline stores. E-commerce gave them a very number of options for them to choose. Even if a consumer wanted one single product, they have different brands to choose the same product from. In addition to this, growing number of exclusive products in the market and lower price of goods due to direct distribution channels also contribute towards the growth of the global e-commerce market. E-commerce and COVID-19. As all we know, the pandemic was very hard to everyone. Now, the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic has taken a toll over the entire world and has forced people to stay at home. The consistent lockdown imposed in the early outbreak of the pandemic had disrupted the way people buy products and services and how they perceive and has enlarged the scope of the sector. Consumers have been changing their preferences from shopping to retail outlets to supermarket and shopping malls to online portal for the purchase of products that range from basic commodities to branded goods. So these are my objectives of the study. To study the opportunities available to customers in e-commerce industry in the post-COVID-19 era, to study the preferences of products and services available by the customer during the post-COVID era, to study the change in buying habits of consumer in post-COVID era. Hypothesis: there is a considerable change in the post-pandemic buying habits of consumers. The above change is directly proportional to change in technological changes in e-commerce. The scope of study is limited to the Chandrapur city only. Research methodology: we adopted the secondary data. We collected the secondary data on this for this project, for this presentation. The literature review is there. Online shopping through consumer eyes. There is a book uh, by Evgen Yusufkevi. What he has covered in the book that range from general online advertising B2C marketing quotients to website usability. And second book was there, the Everything Store, Jeff Bezos. It is also called as Amazon. Second name is the Amazon store. Basically, founder Jeff Bezos wasn't content with by being a bookseller. He wanted Amazon to become the everything store. So that was the book which is written by this. We took some sort of information from this book also. Come to the data analysis. So we have taken the 50 samples for that, and from that 50 samples we have covered that the preferred mode of shopping is before the pandemic and after pandemic we have taken. So it was 76% was there, those who are going for online after pandemic also and in pandemic also. How many times you used to shop online before COVID? As we asked them before COVID, how was their frequency to go for online shopping? There was only 23% people from our sample go for online shopping, and rest of the retail go to the retail shop and they purchase the goods. That is 58%. Type of product which prefer to buy online is your 36% is electronic goods, 32% is clothing, 18% is branded shoes, and 14% toiletries. How many times you shop online now? After pandemic, we also asked our sample size 50 people. We asked that how is your frequency of shopping? That is 68% given that they had once in a month. 23% are once in 6 months, and 5% are several times, and 4% are once in 6 months, right? Usually prefer for your online purchases what kind of product delivery option they go for that. So home delivery 36% was there, delivery at my workplace 28%, and pickup point from logistic 20%, and drop of the doorstep is 16%. So here are my findings. There is considerable change in mode of shopping post-COVID. The above change is a result of technological developments provided by online shopping companies. Online shopping companies provided easy use of shopping facilities like shopping in their regional language, festive discounts, bulk quantity discounts, etc. Some respondents said e-commerce companies have exchange offers in mobiles. Now, new facilities have been updated for consumer, like EMI and loan facilities also given. Customer care service has been better than previous services. Conclusion. Hence, the basis of above findings, it can be concluded that e-commerce, a new normal post COVID-19, was there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the nice presentation.
Thank
Dear
you, ma'am.
participants, if you have any queries regarding this presentation, you can ask the corresponding presenter.
Do anyone have any kind of queries? Okay, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now I would like to call our next presenter, Mr. Manoj Jagnade, sir. Are you present, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. So, Mr. Manoj Jagnade, he is a research scholar in Commerce and Management Department from Vidya Bharati College, Selu, Vardha. So, welcome, sir, and you can start with your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Start. I'm sharing my screen right now. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay.
Presentation is also visible, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. My topic is an analytical study on the performance of Dr. V.B. Patil ICM Pune with respect to conduction of management development program for cooperative personnel. And as madam already have said, that I am Manoj Jagnade, research scholar from Vidya Bharati College, Selu, Vardha. So let me give you the introduction of the topic. We are focusing on the NCCT's structure of training units. So what is NCCT first? We need to understand. NCCT is National Council for Cooperative Training. And what is cooperative then? The cooperative basic fundamental is when number of people coming together and having economic participation and doing some business activity and generating profits. And after generating profits, distributing that profits equally among the members. That is the basic concept of cooperatives. And to provide the training of that cooperatives, Government of India established the council, and that council is NCCT, that is National Council for Cooperative Training. And NCCT has overall 20 units, overall India, and in Maharashtra, it has 2 units, DGICM Nagpur, which is situated in Nandanvan, Nagpur, and Dr. V.B. Patil ICM Pune. And actually, in this paper presentation, we are giving emphasis on the working of Dr. V.B. Patil ICM Pune. So in that presentation, we'll learn about the NCCT's training units, its structure, and more about Dr. V.B. Patil ICM Pune and its existence in the Maharashtra for cooperative development and cooperative movement in Maharashtra. So that is all about the introduction. So I have already told you NCCT. NCCT is what? It is the National Council for Cooperative Training. It is an autonomous society promoted by Ministry of Cooperation and Government of India. The sole aim of NCCT is to provide need-based training to the personnel of cooperatives to improve their efficiency and work culture in the cooperative sector. The council is responsible for organizing, directing, monitoring, and evaluating the arrangement of cooperative trainings. And it is not only arranging, but it is also monitoring all the quality content and the training programs conducted by the different institutes. After that, we are studying the structure of cooperative training units of NCCT and the significance of existence of Dr. V.V. Patil ICM Pune in Maharashtra state, and the level of consistency given by the Dr. V.V. Patil ICM Pune with respect to conduction of MDP, that is Management Development Program, in the last 8 years. So this is the first objective, and we have collected the data and we got this. The structure of cooperative training units of NCCT in India. So it is overall Indian structure of cooperative trainings established by the NCCT. The national level is Ramnicom, Vaikund Mehta National Institute of Cooperative Management. It is situated in Pune. RICM, 5 RICMs are there, 14 ICMs which are working on state level, and JTC, Junior Training Centers, are also there, which are serving on district level. But in Maharashtra, out of that 14 ICMs, there are 2 in Maharashtra. First one is Dr. V.V. Patil ICM Pune, and second one is Dhananjay Rao Gadgil Institute of Cooperative Management, Nagpur. So we are giving emphasis on this, Dr. V.V. Patil ICM Pune. The next one is the significance of existence of ICM Pune. So basically that institute started in 1947, right after the independence of India. So it was started in 1947, and it is serving from that year throughout, and still it is serving. So it has given the commendable service till now, and that institute has established by some officials of government that time, Shri Vaikund Mehta, Professor D.G. Karve, Professor Dhananjay Rao Gadgil, who were the deputy chairperson of Planning Commission at the different stages of its development. So these are all privileged personalities already included in the establishment of Dr. V.V. Patil ICM Pune. And right now also, this institute is continuously serving for the nation, right from the 1947 to 2023, and still it is serving very much in a good manner. So that is the existence, that is the significance of existence. It is serving continuously. So we can understand how it is significant for the cooperative development in Maharashtra state. After that, we'll see the performance given by ICM Pune with respect to the conduction of MDP, Management Development Program, in the last 8 years. I have collected the data, secondary data actually it is. I have collected the data from the official website of their ICM Pune, and I have got this. So I have made some analysis on that data. I have applied t-test. I have made the null hypothesis, that is, there is no significant difference in the performance over time. Means I have assumed that it is a consistent performer, that ICM Pune is a consistent performer with respect to conduction of MDP. And I have considered that statement, and I have made the null hypothesis. And according to that null hypothesis, I have made the calculations required for testing the hypothesis with respect to t-test. So I have made the calculations here. I have described everything, and the degree of freedom was 7, as my sample size was 8. So degree of freedom is n-1, 7. I have checked the standard result according to the table of T distribution table. The value I got is 6.23, and the critical value for 7 degrees of freedom is 2.3. So I got the value in the rejection region. So I have rejected the hypothesis So I got the significant difference in the performance of the institute. So what we can conclude? We can conclude this. We have recognized NCCT's cooperative training unit in Western Maharashtra, that is ICM Pune. Yes, we have studied the structure and we have identified, and now we can recognize. So we can recognize right now. After that, the second was significance of Dr. V.V. Patil ICM Pune. Yes, it is serving from after the independence of India, right from 1947, and still it is still it is alive, still it is serving for the nation. So yes, it is significant, and we have made the calculations. We have assumed the null hypothesis, and we have tested it with using t-test, and we got that result that ICM Pune gave the performance with a significant difference. But the main thing was it has achieved the target every time. So it is commendable. So in this pattern, we have studied all the three objectives of Dr. V.V. Patil ICM Pune, and we have presented in this paper. So that is the suggestion from my side. The institute should start spreading awareness more about the cooperatives, and the institute should link with the skill-based training programs which is conducted, or which we can conduct with the collaboration of Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, and the legal amendments and updated terms should be included regularly while designing the training programs, and the training should be provided on the documentation of registering process of cooperative organizations. Generally, cooperative is a sector which is hidden from the entire public, but it has so much potential. So we need to concentrate on this sector of Government of India, which is promoted by the Ministry of Cooperation. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. If you have any question regarding this, you can ask.
Yes, dear participants, if you have any questions, you can ask it. I hope again, sir, there are no questions from participants. So thank
Okay,
you
ma'am.
so
Okay.
much for a wonderful and informative presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Now I would like to call upon our next presenter, Ms. Swarda Gulhane. She is an assistant professor in Commerce and Management Department from Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. Over to Swarda, ma'am.
Thank you, Pooja ma'am. Good morning, all. Today is the second day of
I request all the participants to be ready with their presentations. Yes, Vardha ma'am, are you there? Yes, Vardha ma'am is connecting. There is some technical issue. So we will just wait for 2 minutes. She is trying to connect. Yes, Vardha ma'am has connected. Yes, ma'am, your presentation is visible. You can start with your presentation.
Good morning, all. Today is the second day of so sorry for the disturbance. Good morning, all. Today is the second day of two-day national conference on contemporary issues in management, commerce, and economics, disruption and sustainability under new normal. I, Swarna M. Gullane, Assistant Professor, Dr. S.C. Gullane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. My topic for today's my topic for today's uh, my topic for today's paper presentation is role of augmented reality and virtual reality in e-commerce and Indian context. In the new era of technology of AR and VR, that is augmented reality and virtual reality, it provides customers, especially in the retail sector, the convenience or the facility to choose or shop virtually without physical presence at that point just by a click. The AR and VR is mostly used for the virtual try-ons on clothing, makeup, even in the real estate. Globally, advanced technology is becoming more important, particularly in the wake of epidemics. Indian businesses, which has been implemented cutting edges technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, augmented reality, and virtual reality to increase the productivity and efficiency in order to keep up with the trend. There are many opportunities at the dynamic intersection of Indian e-commerce with AR and VR technologies. The foundation of being set by the future where AR and VR alters how Indian purchases online, providing a synthesis of ease, interactivity, and a touch of the physical world in the virtual realm. Although the e-commerce has become the preferred transaction platform, it is presently impossible to provide an emotional engagement experience that is equal to or better than the traditional physical experience. Additionally, AR and VR are anticipated to be less in the primary drawback of online purchase due to their direct product experiences and improvised visualization of product attribute. The problem arises from the fact that the majority of online retailers use 2D product graphics, which only stimulates one side of the brain. 3D product visualization may be successful in stimulating particularly all five senses. AR and VR is the integration of 3D computer generated object into the user's actual environment, allowing for real time interaction. Nowadays, like businesses, customers are no longer constrained by the space, time or space, and have a wide range of options available to them. Additionally, e-commerce acceptance is largely influenced by the simplicity of use and low rated efforts. Although e-commerce is not limited in how it is being visualize the things, both brick and mortar stores and 3D experiences are available. While incorporating 3D visualization would have the advantage of allowing the for the communication of products attributes like its texture, its wearability, providing for the rich product experience. Now, next is what is augmented reality. Augmented reality is the overlay of computer generated three-dimensional items on the real world environment. The theory of augmented reality is based on three pillars. First is merging virtual and real items, second is interacting in real time, and third is preserving virtual object in the real environment. Researcher also refers to AR as mixed reality continuum because it is a mixture of actual and virtual item at the same time. In terms of retail, augmented reality refers to any strategy that uses stationary devices to give customer product information, illustrate 3D product visualization through self or environment augmentation. There are two different kinds of AR application. First is environmental enhancement. Customers can place their furnitures anywhere in the environment thanks to the form of merging with reality. The second application option is known as virtual try-ons. In the retail sectors, enables customers to virtually try products from different product categories such as clothing and accessories and by self-augmenting on the entire body or specific body parts. Now, next is its limitations. Even while 24 by 7 onto the go 3D product presentation of AR in real life scenario, it gives a more realistic and educational purchasing experience. This 3D visualization, it has a cost. The most serious drawback of AR are permitting access to end device camera and disclosing the most private information of the customers. The absence of high quality context is the next issue, which is notably evidenced in virtual clothing try-ons. Next is virtual reality. It describes the immersion of user in synthetic virtual world in which they can freely interact in real time with others and computer generated 3D object via computerized avatars. A virtual world can either be graphically created as a wholly fiction environment or as an analog to the real world. The VR does help it possible to customize complete online shopping experience in addition to the personalized product and visualizing retail product portfolios. In addition, because product details like material, cut, shape can be examined more closely, VR offers a first-hand experience which makes the shopping experience more tangible and lowering the purchasing risk. VR can be used in two different ways. First is fashion retails have virtual fitting rooms, that is VFRs, which is incorporated into the stores. Customers can virtually try on clothing on an avatars that they can personalize with their body measurements and appearance manually. The level of personalization is the most important variable since it affects self-perception, which in turn affects satisfaction. The second is the replication of an actual shopping scenario, which frequently refers to a whole physical store where customers can interact with both the atmosphere and the goods. The 360-degree view allows for the more thorough examination of the product as product features can be communicated. Now, the disadvantages of VR. Although VR world provides vibrant surrounding, uh, interactively, it it is typically constrained. The software is not developed in accordance with the need, which results in poor visualization of bodies and appearance as well as lack of presentation for the gestures and facial expressions, which adversely affect the shopping experience. The benefit of using such an online shopping environment are not immediately evident to the new users because VR stimulation of stores are only partially capable of transmitting the detailed information. The realistic visualization of product should not be overlooked while creating the virtual shopping experiment. Next is limitation. First is adoption and challenges. While there was enthusiasm in adopting VR and AR, issues like lack of technological infrastructure, high implementation cost, and requirement for user education would limit its adoption. Next is user experience and awareness. How well AR and VR are incorporated into the user experience will determine their success in e-commerce. It was essential to make sure that the technology was simple to use, smooth, and improve the shopping experience. Next, mobile sector. Given that a sizable percentage of online shopping in India is done on the mobile device, the integration of augmented reality with application and smartphones would probably be crucial. Difficulties persist. The ability of enterprise to find a balance between creativity and pragmatism, technologically preparedness, smooth integration into the mobile platforms, and the widespread acceptance of VR and AR. It will be essential to make infrastructure awareness campaigns and user education investments to make this technology accessible and usable for a broad range of customers. New trends in AR and VR in e-commerce in India. First is experiments and pilot project. A few Indian e-commerce enterprises have begun experimenting with AR and VR technologies. Pilot projects were being conducted to examine the variability and user reaction to features like virtual try-ons and 3D product visualization. Segment related to fashion and lifestyle, as I've discussed earlier, this industry were early adopters of AR and VR. To improve the online buying experience in this category, the virtual try-on options for clothing, accessories, makeup being investigated. Real estate and home furnishing. The potent use of AR and VR to showcase real estate properties and home furnishing is being explored. Some of the applications being invested were virtual tours of home and immersive setting for picturing furnishes in actual situations. Now, roles of VR and AR in e-commerce in India. First is virtual trials. Second is improved product visualization. Customers can engage in immersive interactive experience with AR and VR to more closely inspect product from various aspects and dimensions. This is especially helpful for items like furniture, electronics, and home furnishing. Next is virtual shopping experience. Customers can navigate around virtual stores, pursue shelves, and interact with products exactly as they would in physical store by using virtual reality to create stimulated shopping experience. This can mimic the interactive and inquisitive elements of physical purchase. Next is personalizing the purchasing experience. By examining clients' data and preferences, AR and VR may be utilized to create personalized purchasing experiences. Next is real estate and home shopping. The VR can be utilized to provide virtual tours of properties in India, sorry, where real estate and home purchasing are big industry. It is possible for prospective purchaser to research house from the comfort of their own homes, which can be advantages for the people who do not live in the same city. Next is the conclusion. Every cutting edge technology advancement has potential advantage and disadvantage. In the years to come, exciting augmented and virtual reality technology will surely have the significant impact in our culture. However, if this technology is to be used for the good or not evil, it must be developed and applied in a responsible manner. Indian e-commerce, augmented reality, and VR, that is virtual reality, have the potential to change the online buying experience by providing creative solutions to current problems and opening up fresh opportunities for interaction. If a diversified and populous market like India, AR and VR technologies hold the potential of bridging the gap between physical and digital commerce. This technology have the ability to allay worries about fit, feel, functionality from the virtual try-ons that let buyers see things before purchasing. In addition, this technology enables the tool to deliver virtual property tools and envision the interior design possibilities, catering to a rising base of digitally savvy consumers as the real estate and home repair sector plays a significant role in the Indian economy. The AR and VR have the potential to become differentiator as Indian e-commerce enterprise look for new ways to stand out in the crowded industry. This technology provides potential for businesses to improve client interaction and foster the brand loyalty by providing interactive advertisement, personalized shopping experience, and product representation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Swarna ma'am. Dear participants, if you have any questions regarding this particular presentation, you can ask to Swarna ma'am. I think there are no questions for the ma'am. So thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Dr. Monica Jain and Dr. Muktai Dev ma'am. They are assistant professor. Monica Jain ma'am is from Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Management Studies and Research, Nagpur, and Muktai Dev ma'am is from National Law College. So welcome, ma'am. Are you there, Muktai ma'am and Monica ma'am?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'm here. I hope I'm clearly audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'll not be able to switch on my camera because the position is not appropriate. So if it's okay, for a minute, if you feel, I'll just switch it on so that to let you know where I exactly am right now.
Yeah. Sure.
Right. So I'll be presenting today from my home. And that's probably the reason I won't be switching on because the height is not appropriate. So I'll switch off my camera for a moment. And I'll, Monica ma'am, are you there? Monica ma'am?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. All right, great. Ma'am, should we begin?
Yes, Muktai, you can begin.
All right. So so let me first introduce myself and my co-author for today's presentation. So my name is Dr. Muktai Chauhan Dev, and I'm an assistant professor at Maharashtra National Law University from the Department of Management. And my co-author, Dr. Monica Jain, is head of the department BCCA at Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Management Studies and Research. So good morning to one and all, and thank you to the organizers for giving us an opportunity to present our thoughts on a very important topic, very dear to me and Monica ma'am both. As educators, yesterday I gave a small talk on how inclusive growth model will contribute to the development of the economy and all. And today, let us take it forward. Let me just share my screen with you all so that, just a moment. Okay, I am not able to share it here right now. I don't know why. Ma'am, do I have the rights, right?
Yes, ma'am, you have rights.
But my browser is not allowing me here. Monica ma'am, can you share it from your mobile if it's okay?
Okay, I will try. Just wait.
Or else, I'll just quickly tell you what we are going to talk till we try to join and connect from another device. So today's topic is rethinking employment dynamics and why the shifting focus from unemployment to enhancing employability is something that we were supposed to talk to today. So that's the topic of the paper. Now, it must be very odd to you that why are we talking about not rather unemployment, but we are talking about employability, that how and why we should focus on not the issues that are there in the system that we are living in, but rather focus on something which is in our hands, right? हम हमेशा ऐसा बोलते हैं कि जो चीजें हमारे हाथ में नहीं है उसके ऊपर रोने से कोई फायदा नहीं है, but rather we should always focus on something which is there in our hands. And what is there in our hands is not talking about कि नहीं भाई unemployment है या opportunities ही नहीं है, but rather making ourselves more employable is something which we can. Okay, so that's what we are going to talk about in our paper. So let me talk about something more important, and let me tell you that how we have managed to go ahead with this presentation. So I have divided the entire presentation into 3 parts. One, we will be talking about the unrealized potential of India's skilled labor force, right? And when I talk about, okay, I have a message. Okay, I'll mail this PPT immediately to you. Will it be okay that if I stop for a moment and
Yes,
mail
ma'am.
this?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Yeah,
Yes.
thank you so much for this. And I'm really sorry for this technical glitch.
Muktai, you
Ma'am?
continue. I will forward. I will forward to Sonika ma'am.
Okay, so it's jpreeti500 Gmail, right? If you can just copy it
एक
from the
मिनट बता.
chat box, ma'am.
जय प्रीति.
Jais Preeti,
ओके.
JAIS Preeti
जे
500
हाँ जी.
@gmail.com. S
JAISPRITI
500
500. Okay.
@gmail.com.
@gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I forwarded it to you.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, so we were talking about how we have segregated the presentation into three parts. One being that we are going to talk about the demographic dividend. And when I talk about demographic dividend, you must be wondering that yes, we might have heard this term quite a lot, but what exactly this is? So let me tell you that demographic dividend is an unrealized potential of India's skilled labor force, which is going to determine how far it progresses on its path to becoming a world economic powerhouse. Now, see, friends, India has huge population, and people might be thinking that this population is a liability. But let me tell you that we can turn this into an asset. We can turn this huge manpower that we have. And this manpower is not something which is per se not working age population. I had a wonderful slide made for this, which talked about the India advantage reaping the demographic dividend, and in which the statistics showed that the working age population will reach its highest level by 69% by 2030. So 2030 साल में 69% of our working age population. अब working age क्या हो सकता है? Working age could be ranging from say 20 to 35 भी अगर हम लोग ले लेंगे तो ये मेरी working age population बन जाएगी, and I will have 69% of my population by 2030 in this working age. And therefore, we thought that if we have such a wonderful asset in our hand, why is it still that we are not able to get the right kind of opportunities? Which lead us to our research questions. And I request my co-author Monica ma'am to go ahead and talk about what research questions we were about to pose to them.
Yes. Thank you, Muktai. Thank you, organizers, and good morning, everyone. So we thought of some research questions. To answer these questions, we have written this research paper. So questions are, what are the key features of employability-oriented educations?
Ma'am, if you can
Second
just
one,
move on to slide 4. If Preeti ma'am is handling the PPT, ma'am, I request. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. And second research question is, how do educational institutions, employers, students, and policymakers perceive the effectiveness of employability-oriented educations? This is we wanted to know through literature review. And what are the challenges and opportunities associated with the implementation of employability-oriented education? How can the effectiveness of employability-oriented education be improved? And to answer these type of research questions, we have done research literature survey, and also we have done intensive interview with the recruiters. So researcher used literature reviews which involved a systematic search and analysis of existing scholarly works, research articles, reports, like we have used World Bank report, VBox survey report, Future of Job report, Niti Aayog report, Career Builder report to get answer of these questions. Relevant publications related to unemployment, employability skills, skill development, education industry alignment and workforce dynamics. And for this, we have searched a total of 81 studies, and these studies were taken from Google Scholar, JSTOR, and government reports for the systematic review. However, we could use only 36 of these studies because of relevant data and sufficient methodology and quality to be included in our final analysis. These studies were from 2015 to 2023. And above all, we have also done in-depth interviews with the academicians and industry experts. And these interviews explore their perspectives on the shift towards employability-oriented education, its implication, its effectiveness in reducing employment, and what type of skills are required in the students or candidates who are job ready. Thank you, Mukta. You can continue.
All right. If I can request Preeti ma'am to move on to slide number 6, please. Next, please, ma'am. Yeah, exactly. So, ma'am, basically, this particular slide has been taken from the presentation by Khalsi sir, who is the chairman of NSVIT, and I had the opportunity to attend a training of trainers program specifically organized by UGC all over India for implementation of NEP 2020. So basically, the point sir was trying to make in his presentation, and I would like to put it forth through our research paper, is that the kind of education that we are promoting is, yes, appropriate to a certain extent. But when we started interviewing, as Monica ma'am just said, the industry experts, now here you can clearly see if the degree is BCom, the subject that we are teaching is the accounting subject, and the job roles could be of an accountant, maybe of a financial analyst, or maybe an investment banker, or maybe also retail executive, or maybe a tax consultant. But for these jobs, the corresponding skills, if you can see in that column, say tax compliances or analytical abilities or ethical decision making, we are not able to impart these skills per se. So when the interview started taking place with the industry experts, most of them, majority, and let me tell you it very, I should not be very proud when I say this, that we are lagging behind in fulfilling the needs of the industry. And ma'am, if you can move on to the next slide, please. Here, if the corresponding skills and the job roles are not appropriate, what exactly are we missing? So in higher education, the growing need and importance of integrating skilling is very much. So there are some statistics here wherein I can talk about that in post-graduation, only 11.51% of the people are there, so on and so forth. This talks to us about that if my majority of the population is undergraduate students, and if I can start imparting the necessary skills at this particular stage, it will be beneficial not only for them in terms of being employable, but when it comes to industry, the kind of time, energy, resources they have to spend on not only inducting them, but training them till they are, say, job worthy, that would also be saved. If we can move on to the next slide, ma'am. Preeti ma'am, if we can just move on to the next slide. Yeah. So to re-emphasize the need and importance of, say, vocational education or training and skilling in India, as we had already stated, that it will not only promote inclusive growth. Now, for industrial development to happen, we need a workforce which is skill ready. We need education which has been more multidisciplinary, holistic, by integration of, say, general, that is, I'm talking about theoretical or academic, and vocational education, which is going to make them job ready. Now, let me talk about the next part of the presentation, which will focus on how NEP 2020 will try to make students more employable and thereby harnessing the demographic dividend that we have. Can we move on to the next slide, ma'am, please? So the aims of NEP 2020 are very clear, and I'm very sure that all of us, educators, research scholars, research assistants, or even students, are now getting ready to get holistic education, which is curriculum customization. Nagpur University has already started the process of customizing the curriculum, wherein we already talk about fostering innovation and entrepreneurship through various incubation centers, through ED cells that we have in the colleges. And we also have some sort of industry collaboration and internship. But a big but, bold italics and underlined but, this industry collaboration and internship is not up to the mark. It is not what is able to bridge the gap between academia and the industry. And therefore, we are somewhere lacking in skill development and practical exposure. Now, courses like MBA, BBA, maybe BCA do have internship programs, some project, dissertation work for the students. But is that practical exposure enough? Is it enough to make them realize what are the probable kind of challenges that lay ahead of them when they enter the actual world? Probably not. And therefore, after due analysis, and as rightly told by Monica ma'am, that we did extensive research. So we talked about the VBox ISR, that is survey report, skill reports, not only from the World Economic Forum, from UNICEF, various statistical organizations, wherein everybody talked about that there is a gap between the requirements of the industry and the skills. So what are we here for? What did we do through our research? Now everybody knows that yes, there is a gap, but what are we actually supposed to do? So to key findings, if we can move on to the next slide, ma'am, and Monica ma'am will try to explain this.
Yes, we have done interview with recruiters. These recruiters are from IT company, from manufacturing company, and they voiced about that the candidates might have theoretical knowledge, but they lack practical proficiency. They said this because in colleges and in institutions, we give them theoretical knowledge, but we are still unable to provide them practical knowledge required in the industry. And they also said that the candidates lack soft skills, and above this, for which they said very you can say agitatedly, and they said that they are very much reluctant to learn the new skills which are required by the industry. And recruiters nowadays want students who can do multiple tasks. For example, if candidate apply for a marketing job, but they said that they want candidates like if they are applying for marketing job, but if needed, they can do sales also, they can do accounting job also, or they can do HR job also whenever required by the industry. So most of the recruiters said this to us. Now, Muktai, you can continue with the rest of the findings.
Yes. So as ma'am rightly said, that when we talk to recruiters, and she was very right in pointing out that agitation was very much in the tone of concern that they had, that the students, yes, they do have the basic educational qualification, but when it comes to technical skills or soft skills, there is a huge gap. And I must tell you this without naming the organization. So I was a part of the interview process wherein I had joined online, and all the interviews were taking place online. So when the interview started, you know that the first question generally that the recruiters ask is, tell me something about yourself and where do you see 5 years from now, etc. So in the first question itself, the person was not able to answer clearly. Still, the recruiter did not say anything or point out any lacunas. So then the next question was, why do you want to do this job? And you will be surprised. I was there in that meeting and I could hear my students telling them that and this is with my previous institution, the MBA institution, that the students told him that I had kuch bhi karne ko aur nahi tha, so I came and applied for this job. So he immediately told the student to leave that meeting. और जो कुछ उसने बाद में हमारे ट्रेनिंग एंड प्लेसमेंट ऑफिसर एंड as a trainer हमें जो बताया है that ma'am please ensure that whenever students come in and join for basic interview process, they should know about the companies. And then the actual process started, and then me and Monica ma'am, started developing a structured interview. Rather, we went and talked to recruiters and asked them about, can you point out the basic areas wherein we could actually train our students. And one of the basic areas, let me tell you, is attitude, personality, and other soft skills like problem solving, teamwork, and communication being their topmost priority. The ISR VBox survey 2023 has talked about 5 basic skills, one of them being communication. And let me make it very clear, when I talk about communication, I do not necessarily mean communication in English as a language. Language is just a medium of communication, but students are not able to put forth their views even in their regional local language. So yes, communication skills 1. Problem solving, critical analysis or critical thinking, creativity and innovation, and leadership and teamwork were basic skills were needed by companies in developing nations as well as in developed nations. So these were the findings from recruiters. Now, if we can just move on to stakeholders. As student as one of the major stakeholders, because NEP 2020 is going to affect the students also. So students are now increasingly looking for programs that will give them practical skills. They need to land their dream jobs as well as the theoretical knowledge they need to succeed in them. Here, to prove my point, let me tell you that as I am working in Maharashtra National Law University, the students that are admitted to NLUs are through CLAT, Common Law Entrance Examination, right? The moment they enter, these are 12th passed out students, and the kind of clarity that these kids have is amazing. So they will tell you that I have joined a particular BLLB or BBA LLB program because I want to go into litigation, I want to go into judiciary, I want to go into corporate commercial laws, or I am going to prepare for a particular exam. So students, yes, are now increasingly looking for something which is going to be very practical, the kind of courses that they are doing, so they know where they do want to go. But majority here, when I talk about, now I have talked to you about NLUs wherein the kind of students are different, but if I now shift my focus to rural areas, here still there is a lack of guidance, direction to them as to what kind of courses they should pursue. And I feel NEP 2020 here plays a great deal of role with the multidisciplinary and holistic approach that we have, that they can pursue something which is going to make them employable. So yes, this is the perception of the students. Ma'am, if we can have the change of the slide, please. Yeah. So being back to school, and being back to school, I mean that let me talk about what exactly are we summing up. So yes, education organizations, businesses, students, and policymakers all agree that employability focused education is crucial. Now, however, it's also acknowledged that more work needs to be done to increase the efficacy of this kind of instruction, and this has been corroborated, supported by the number of studies which I have mentioned here. Now, if you see the Confederation of India Industry, CII 2018 report, or AICT's report, or for that matter, any particular report, if you pick up, they will talk about that how NEP 2020 is going to be essential, rather is going to be helpful in ensuring that the demographic dividend is utilized properly. Now, if we can just move forward and talk about what kind of suggestions we as educators, researchers are coming forward. Now, see friends, we all agree that the secret of getting ahead is getting started. एक कदम लेंगे, नन्ही चींटी जैसे आगे चलती है, बस 100 बार फिसलती है. So कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती, अगर हम आगे लेके चलें, we have to get started. So NEP implementation is the first basic step. But the secret of getting started is breaking your complex, overwhelming tasks into small, manageable tasks and then starting on the first one. So if we look at NEP 2020 as a big change, we might feel overwhelmed. हम तो तैयार ही नहीं है, कैसा करेंगे, क्या करेंगे, ये ना सोचते हुए we as researchers are proposing some sort of a model which easily can be customized as per the needs of the institution, which is in the next slide, please. So yeah.
So,
Monica, ma'am.
yes. So in this model, we have planned for 4-year graduating students, some activities and some role done by industry, institute and teacher. So they all have to work together, and in cooperation and coordination only this can be done. So for first year student, so institute or teachers, what they can do, they can arrange proper guest lecture, and it depends on the discipline. According to the discipline, they can arrange guest lectures, and they can plan different ED activities related to discipline. This can be done through the industry. They can invite industry expert for these type of activity. What institute can do for the first year graduating students, they can plan or they can organize or conduct short-term courses on communication skills. It can be oral and written. They can train students how to present themselves, how can they give introductions. Workshop on grooming and personality development, wherein they can plan for dressing sense, body language, etc. Different clubs of the institute like HR, marketing, ISR, legal aid, moot court, finance, mechanics, robotics, etc. But this is depending on the discipline. According to the discipline, they can have different clubs. They can motivate students to join these clubs, and through these clubs, they can train students in different way according to the club. And here, teacher's role can be counseling and mentoring. This teacher can counsel students, they can understand their problem, they can guide them according to their situation, their financial situation, their family relations. They can motivate a student to get overcome out of their financial problem, their family problem, and they can motivate students to do good something in their personality, so that they can be a good student. They can be present themselves in front of someone. And teachers can plan for corporate readiness module, wherein they can train students about resume building, email etiquettes, body language, company to know how to know company profile, etc. and etc. This can be done by the in coordination with industry, institute, and teachers. For second year students, industry, we can plan in field visits and panel discussions. Field visits to the industry, so that students may know the environment of the industry, what is the work culture, what is the corporate culture. They might be knowing by arranging field visits and panel discussions from the industry. Institute can do aptitude building courses, add-on courses like whatever subjects they have. So some advanced courses related to their discipline they can arrange. Certificate courses on soft skills and technical skills, through which students can be more employable. And teachers' role again here is career counseling, communications, presentations, and development activities. They can train the students by counseling. They can give career counseling. They can guide them how to prepare for their particular career, how to be more presentable, how they can present themselves, and various other development activities. This is the teacher's role for the students to be more employable. Now, Muktai, you can go ahead with third year and fourth years.
So basically, let me tell you that why did we come up with this module? ये तो हम सब कर ही रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं किसी ना किसी प्रकार से हम गेस्ट लेक्चर्स भी ले रहे हैं, हम करियर काउंसलिंग सेल भी चला रहे हैं, हम मेंटरिंग स्कीम भी चला रहे हैं, पर हमने ऐसा अलग क्या किया है आपके लिए इस पर्टिकुलर मॉडल में, तो हम बताने की ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जब इंस्टीट्यूट अपना एकेडमिक कैलेंडर बनाता है तो उस एकेडमिक कैलेंडर में ईयर वाइज अगर हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं इसको फिट करने की कोशिश करेंगे, सो इट विल एक्ट एज अ मैंडेटरी थिंग फॉर अस which we have to do. And before even having this, the first thing that when first years come to us, now ऐसा कई बार होता है कि हम किसी कोर्स में एडमिशन ले लेते हैं बिकॉज किसी और में नहीं मिली, या फिर मेरे दोस्त ने ले ली इसीलिए मैंने यहाँ पे कर ली, बट मेरा इंटरेस्ट कहीं और होता है। इसीलिए जब हम मेंटरिंग कराते हैं या काउंसलिंग कराते हैं एज ए टीचर, आवर रोल फर्स्ट इज टू डू अ स्वॉट एनालिसिस to understand what are the skills and weaknesses of the students. अगर मान लीजिए मोनिका मैम 15 बच्चों की मेंटर बन गई है बीसीसीए फर्स्ट ईयर की, ओके, और 15 बच्चों में से मुझे पता चला है 5 बच्चे ऐसे हैं जिनको नहीं लेना था बीसीसीए एडमिशन पर ले लिया है किसी ना किसी कारणवश, ठीक है, कॉलेज पास में है या फिर कहीं और नहीं मिल रहा था, हमने टेम्पररी ले लिया एक्सेट्रा। Now what I need to do is if I try and understand that this is their area of interest या फिर उसका स्ट्रेंथ पीआर में है या एडवर्टीजमेंट में है, तो जब आगे चल के सेकेंड ईयर में जो एड ऑन कोर्सेज हैं मैं उस बच्चे को वो कोर्सेज के लिए मोटिवेट कर सकती हूँ, उसको एनकरेज कर सकती हूँ कि बेटा तुमने ऐसे कोर्सेज करने चाहिए जहां तुम्हारा एरिया ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, जो तुम्हारे स्किल्स है। हो सकता है कोई बच्चा बहुत अच्छा कम्युनिकेटर हो तो वो पीआर में जा सकता है, रेडियो जॉकिंग में जा सकता है, न्यूज एंकरिंग में जा सकता है। एंड एनईपी 2020 इज गोइंग टू अलाउ यू टू परस्यू कोर्सेज अक्रॉस स्ट्रीम्स। स्वयं है, मूक कोर्सेज है, कोर्सेरा है, यूडेमी है, इग्नू के ईपीजी पाठशाला पे काफी कोर्सेज है जो आप खुद कर सकते हैं। And through SWOT analysis, the teacher can help that student. So coming back to that, how, and if you can see just the, what can I say, the kind of thing that we have put down here is in a systematic trickle down effect जिसको हम लोग बोल रहे हैं। पहले धीरे धीरे स्टेप बाय स्टेप, पहले गेस्ट लेक्चर, फिर पैनल डिस्कशन, फील्ड विजिट, थर्ड ईयर में लाइव प्रोजेक्ट और सेमिनार्स तो उनको आने ही वाले हैं अभी एनईपी 2020 में, उनको इतना पर्टिकुलर घंटे के लिए करने ही पड़ेंगे प्रोजेक्ट। पर नाउ दीज प्रोजेक्ट शुड नॉट टर्न एज अ मियर क्रेडिट एक्वायरिंग स्कीम या ओनली अ थिंग ऑफ कट कॉपी पेस्ट, right? But they should be actually live projects और उसके लिए टीचर्स और इंस्टीट्यूट्स को इंडस्ट्री के साथ टाई अप करना पड़ेगा। और यहाँ पे आपको सेमिनार्स, मीट एंड ग्रीट प्रोग्राम्स आप बुलाएंगे इंडस्ट्री में के एक्सपर्ट्स को, और मैं ये नहीं बोल रही हूँ कि आप एकदम टाटा अंबानी को बुलाएं। जो लोकल इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, वोकल फॉर लोकल का बहुत ज्यादा चल रहा है, सो जो हमारे लोकल इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, लोकल स्टार्टअप्स हैं, आप उनको बुलाएं so that we can start with small steps. So workshops for understanding expectations, problem solving, critical creativity and group discussions. What would be the teacher's role here? Teachers will have to tie up with different entrepreneurship development cells. और मैं तो बोल रही हूँ कि यहाँ पे सिर्फ अपने कॉलेज का सेल नहीं, अगर 4-5 कॉलेज का सेल मिला के अगर एक्टिविटी कर सकते हैं तो बहुत ही बढ़िया हो जाएगा। यहाँ पे सबका साथ सबका विकास होगा। Everybody will come together, work together. Various clubs, NGOs and industries can be, brought under one stream. MBA में मुझे याद है MBMIA नाम का एक एसोसिएशन बना था जो कि पोल कैंपसेस के लिए काम करता था कि विदर्भ में ज्यादा कंपनीज नहीं आना चाहती हैं, तो भैया हम आपको एक 5-10 इंस्टीट्यूट्स के बच्चे इकट्ठा देंगे तब आप आइएगा। सिमिलरली वी एज institutes can tie up and teachers can play a great deal of role in this. Now we come to the final year. अब बच्चा एम्प्लॉयबल बनने की तरफ आगे बढ़ चुका है, अब यहाँ पे उसको इंटर्नशिप कराई जाए, अप्रेंटिसशिप कराई जाए, अब यहाँ पे उसको ब्रिज कोर्सेज टू एज अ स्टेपिंग स्टोन की बेटा अब तो तैयार है, बस एक कोई ऐसा छोटा सा कोर्स उसके एरिया से स्पेसिफिक। मान लीजिए बच्चे ने अब मन बना लिया है कि मुझे एक जर्नलिस्ट बनना है, तो उसके लिए क्या मैं उसको प्रोवाइड कर सकती हूँ इन टर्म्स ऑफ ब्रिज कोर्सेज, ensuring that he clears his personal interviews, psychometric test और even group discussions. और टीचर का रोल यहाँ पे अब चेंज होता है towards guidance and more of a counseling nature. So again, ED सेल को आगे बढ़ाना है, मीट एंड ग्रीट प्रोग्राम्स कराने हैं, सो दैट जो हम प्रपोज कर रहे हैं, जो हम बोल रहे हैं फ्रॉम द वेरी बिगिनिंग कि गैप है, तो दिस इज अ ब्रिज बिटवीन to fill that gap which is already there. So this is how we as researchers have brought out this model, which could be customized according to the colleges, institutions, or maybe by the universities also, in ensuring that NEP 2020 could be implemented, the demographic dividend could be utilized as per say. If we can move on to the last slide, ma'am. So thank you very much, everyone, for your patient listening. If you have any questions, you can reach out to both us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Really very wonderful presentation. Your slides, PPT, visual effects was also very attractive. Thank you so much to both of you, ma'am, Muktai ma'am and Monica ma'am. It was always pleasure to listen Muktai ma'am. Yesterday's session was also very interesting and informative session was given by Muktai ma'am. Really, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Participants, if you have any question, you can ask to the presenters. I hope, ma'am, there are
no questions. Yes.
Very well. Really,
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the technical glitch.
Thank you, thank you, Muktai ma'am.
Yeah. Good day to everyone. Wishing you the best.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome, ma'am. Now I would like to invite our next presenter. So Vishakha ma'am is there.
Ma'am, next presenter is Sandeep sir.
Okay. So now I would like to call our next presenter, Mr. Sandeep Alone. He is an assistant professor from Department of Commerce and Management from Dr. S.C. Gulane, Federal College of Commerce, Science and Art. Over to you, Sandeep.
Hello, ma'am. I'm visible and audible now.
Yes, sir. You are visible and audible also.
Hello.
Presentation is also visible.
Pooja, ma'am, I'm visible and audible now.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
You are audible and visible.
A very good afternoon to all dignitaries, respected researcher and my dear students. I, Mr. Sandeep Alone, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, Dr. S.C. Gulane, Federal College of Commerce, Science and Arts, Nagpur, Maharashtra. I am standing here present my research paper titled on India's booming gig platform economy, perspective and recommendation on the future work. On this two-day national conference, contemporary issue on management, commerce and economics, disruptions and sustainability under the new normal. I have shared some content of my research paper. Abstract. India is a growing nation. The idea of gig worker is growing in the country as a result of technology use and smartphones. A gig economy is a labor market that relies heavily on temporary and part-time positions filled by independent contractors and freelancers rather than full-time permanent employees. Gig workers gain flexibility and independence. Main I have gig workers is a many examples. We have familiars to the concept of gig workers as basically temporary or part-time independent contractor like that freelancers means video editors, graphic designers and content writer, independent project like that filmmakers, documentary makers, temporary basic for foods delivery boy like that Zomato, Swiggy, goods and services provider like that Flipkart and Amazon's. These are familiar to after COVID and new normal pandemic introductions. India's demographic dividend, a 500 million labor force, the world's youngest population, rapid urbanizations, widespread adoption of smartphone and associated technology is the new frontier of revolution. The gig economy has proven its resilience and potential even the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. By continuing to unlock jobs in the millions and keeping communities connected, gig economy, transforming the way we move, work, and live, not just impact how we do business, but also affect our GDP. Nowadays, 15 million workers are engaged in gig economy. Why gig economy is attractive? Anywhere, anytime work facility available, flexibility to our works, choice to work, work satisfactions, startup environment development, gig economy doing a big need of making a Atmanirbhar Bharat for encouraging a startup and a new entrepreneur for students as well as people. Literature review. I have mentioned by one literature review by Niti Aayog, National Institute for Transforming India. The report efforts to comprehensive methodological approach to estimate the current size of gig economy and its potential for employment creation. It means examines the benefit and challenges of gig platform economy and also shows international best practices for social security programs. The objective of study to understand the significance, employment generation, and suggest measure to encourage employment in the sector of gig economy. I have a present next slide of objective of this my paper study to know the types of opportunity in gig platform, to study about contribution of gig economy GDP of our country, to analysis the challenges of gig workers, to find the various challenges faced by gig economy workers, to study about gig workers force in India, monetary expectation and satisfactions of gig workers, work-life balance of gig workers. Total 56% employment are engaged in gig economy and gig workers, including blue collar job and white collar job. Physically efforts are like blue collar job, like that building constructions worker, and white collar job including for mentally and skill based worker like that content writer, web designer and freelancers. Research methodology. I have presented some percentage of research methodology through newspaper and Niti Aayog. Retail and trade sales 26.6%, transportation 13%, finance and insurance 6.3%, manufacturing 6.2%, and education very low percentage in gig economy only 1%. Why the reason behind only 1% in gig workers engage in education? Here researchers, we have find a percent why less percent in education. Niti Aayog report stated are medium skill job 47%, are 31% are low skill job, 22% in high skill job. Dear researchers and my dear students, MSME, small and medium enterprises are provided short-term loans for gig workers, and various type of subsidies to provide it our state government as well as central government. Conclusion and suggestions. Challenges can be converted into opportunities with the help of collaboration between government, workers, and educational institutions. Government policies and labor laws will go a long way in deciding scope of gig economy in India. Individuals also must be ready for lifelong learning as they will have to help us skill or reskill themselves in the changing environment after COVID-19. The trend of online contractual work has raised people and organizations both are comfortable for working on the digital platform. I'm one thing is specialized say you in India, state government of Rajasthan making a social security act special for gig workers. Any suggestions? Any questions asking for students and researchers?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Institutes
much, sir.
are giving me such type of opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, if you have any queries, you can ask to sir. There are no questions, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Can I leave, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Miss Poonam Budlani, ma'am. She is an assistant professor in Department of Commerce and Management from Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. Over to Poonam, ma'am. Yes, she is joining. Yes, Poonam, ma'am, are you there? Miss Poonam Budlani, are you there?
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Hello.
Thank
you, ma'am.
Ma'am, just
can I
wait for
share?
a minute. Poonam, ma'am. Vishakha, ma'am is saying something. Yes, ma'am. Vishakha, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you take my first one?
Okay.
My presentation.
Sure, ma'am.
It's a humble request.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I know. Sorry, Poonam, ma'am. As
Thank you.
Okay.
ma'am is
It's
in
okay.
her PhD Viva, but she is now free, so she will present first. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
After her, you will continue. Yes, Vishakha, ma'am, you can start.
Yes, yeah, sure. Yeah, this is my topic. My topic is a study on corporate governance. My topic is study on corporate governance, corporate social responsibility with emerging issues and challenges. First upon, I will introduce myself. My name is Vishakha Bagre. I am assistant professor in Govindra Ansari College of Law. Uh, my topic is basically related with the corporate social responsibility. First of all, I will tell you what is the corporate social responsibility. Corporate social responsibility is that responsibility initiated to the company to provide social welfare scheme. So that study is related with this, and while they are giving money to the social activities, what are the challenge issues and challenges they are facing? So as we know that the CSR was influenced by the family values, tradition, culture, and religious value. By securing this value, India became the first country in the world to introduce the statutory corporate social responsibility, and now it has been as well as introducing the New Company Act in 2013. So, CSR section 235 has 135 of Company Act defined that those who are earning 500 crore or more than 1,000 crore values, and they are getting 5 crore net profit. So they have to spend some money on this corporate social responsibility, and for that purpose they have formulated the committees of the board. So there are several benefits of this committee. There are several benefit of this CSR as well as some disadvantages. So if you see the disadvantages, there is some problem with respect to that. So that when the company spend their money on the CSR, they are facing some competitive advantages, because there are so many competitive advantages on this field. So companies are spending money for their own benefits, and the second disadvantage is that subject to greater scrutiny and risk to reputation, contrasting business interest, conflict with profit motive, and CSR cost money to implement, as well as the consumer are wise to greenwashing. So these are the main problem which are associated in corporate responsibility. So basically, the issue challenges which are facing by the CSR is that there is not constant what type of social and environmental impact of business and activities they are carried out. So that is a big issue, and that paper is dealing with that. And challenge as one of the community program participation of CSR active, because most people are not aware about what are the social activities which are conducted by this company, and basically there is no clear guidance about CSR to the people, as well as there is not any specific rules and regulations formulating about that. Under the companies that they have only mentioned that the 2% profit will be given to the corporate sector, but how they are spending that money, that is not a clear cut idea about it. So then next is the lack of strategies and planning. Most of the corporate entities, they are spending money for their own benefits, and they are securing for the tax exempted like that only. So some of the more major companies, they are in the recent field, they are paying their CSR money. First in the position is Reliance Industry Limited, Tata Consultancy and Services Limited, SDFC Bank Limited, Infosys Limited, Hindustan Lever Limited, and Bank of India. These are the major corporate entities which are paying money to the uh, public, or to the they are spending their money for the social activities. but the activities they are spending money, but the activities definition is not yet clear. So if you see the we can say that they are spending money for the education, their cultural and social activities. So lastly, I will conclude that corporate social CSR is basically mentions with the government of India and that's introduced by the government. And India is the first country which are implementing CSR and that has been amended in the new Companies Act. The main aim of CSR is that every company has the moral responsibility to play an active role in the discharging social obligations and as well as the financial growth of the company. So many corporations are taking steps to improve their environmental as well as the social performance using by volunteer initiative by performing CSR activities. Today economics framework gives a little title to encouragement for the companies for sustainable development as well as they are approaching for their sustainable development, but still we are facing so many cases like water pollution, greenhouses. There is a big issue we are facing till date. So CSR in the India has been involving the area of profit making distribution, and however it seems that some companies define CSR in their own limits, way, and the content. Similarly, all the activities undertaken in the name of CSR are mainly philanthropic. So overall, my topic is dealing with the issues and challenges of the CSR and the what's going on, whether they are benefiting or not. So I have focused on my paper. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. In spite of your being in Mumbai and various constraints, you have presented your paper. So thank you so much, ma'am. Dear participants, if you have any
Thank you so much, and thank you, team. You are helping me so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
thank you, ma'am. Dear participants, if you have any queries, you can ask to ma'am. Okay. So I think there are no questions, ma'am. So thank you so much, and all the very best for your PhD Viva.
Thank you.
Yes. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Ms. Sakshi Hazare, ma'am. She is an assistant professor in Department of Commerce and Management in Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. Vishakha, ma'am, kindly stop presenting. Sonika, ma'am, kindly mute Vishakha, ma'am.
Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you can start.
So, first of all, I would like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Today, 2nd September 2023, the second day of National Conference on Contemporary Issues in Management, Commerce and Economics, Disruptions and Sustainability under the New Normal. I, Sakshi Hazare, Assistant Professor of Department of Commerce of Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts, presenting my research paper on a study of use of technology as a blessing for business. So let's start it with the introductions of the research. As we all are aware about the technology, we know that technology is very essential in the continuously evolving world for the growth and success of the business. In today's modern business era, we can operate business very efficiently and effectively by using technology as it helps us to reduce cost, to work efficiently and effectively, and also boost productivity also. Yes, so my research paper is based on some objectives also. The first objective of my research paper is to know about the roles of technology. Second is to acquaint with the opportunities created by it for the business. And last but not least is to analyze limitations of the technology for the business. Next, the hypothesis of my research studies are technology plays vital role in the growth of business, and next is technology does not play vital role in the growth of business. So now let's I would like to inform you I have used descriptive research method for this research study. So, just I have mentioned earlier, in today's modern era, technology becomes very important. So, I would like to mention some reason for that. The first is communication. If we want to expand our business nationally and internationally, there is a need to have a effective and fast communication. So without use of technology, not possible to communicate as early as possible. So yes, for effective communication, technology becomes very important. The another reason is security. We all are provided with the security by technology, as we all use phone pay, Google pay, and number of software and applications where we all are get secured by technology. Now the next is efficiency. As we all know, today we are using Tally ERP software, right? Where we just need to pass journal entry, and after that, all the financial statement get automatically prepared at last. So there isn't need to pass. There isn't need to prepare financial statement, right? So efficiency can be improved with the help of technology. Next is employee assistant. Employee get assistant with the use of technology. If employee doesn't have any idea about anything, they can just Google it or use some applications where they can get aware about the any topic which they want to know. Next, the time and money, which is a more important reason where we can use technology and can grow our business. As we all know, money and time both are the blood of the business, so both can be saved by using technology. So these all are the five top important reason where we can use technology and can grow our business. Now next we will start or discuss opportunities of the technology. Yes, I have just discussed earlier, we can save cost by using technology, and that will help us to gain competitive advantages. This also helpful to connect with the globe and also helpful to develop product qualities. For example, earlier we were used Tally 7.2 and 9.0, but now we have advanced version of Tally, that is a Tally ERP. So with the help of technology, we get a qualitative product. Now the next is bring quality in management. So yes, with the help of technology, we can take or management can take qualitative decisions also. But yes, as we all know, everything has both positive and negative impact. So technology has some negative impact also. The first is face-to-face communication decreases. Yes, there isn't possible to always have a face-to-face communication. Second, hacking and stealing of data, technological dependency. Yes, this leads to lack of creativity among the workers and employees because they mostly rely on the technology. So creativity among the workers goes down day by day. And last limitations of the technology is wastage of time. As we all know, there are number of people who, if they have odd time, they just want to pass time by watching YouTube videos, playing game, and so on. So these all are the limitations of the technology. Now, just from all the above study, I want to conclude my research paper that technology increases efficiency level and also reduces cost of the business. It also helps to bring flexibility in business, provides security concern, and as the world is being globalized, so it helps us to expand our business worldwide and where fast communication and decisions are also possible. But yes, there have some lacunas also, lack of face-to-face communication, data fraud, etc. And it also creates laziness among the people. So from all the above discussions, we can see that there are there are more than positive impact than negative. So we here in this research paper, my first hypothesis hold true, that is technology plays vital role in the growth of business. So thank you so much. If you have any query or doubt, you can ask me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a nice presentation. Your participants, if you have any queries, you can ask to Sakshi ma'am.
May I leave, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, there are no questions from participant side.
Yes, so thank you so much, ma'am, for this opportunity. Thank you so
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Miss Kanchan Khapse ma'am. She is assistant professor from Dr. S.C. Gulhane Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. Over to Kanchan ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present in the second day national conference on the contemporary issue in the management, commerce and economic disruption and sustainability under the new normals. My today's topic for presentation is value added in the arena of corporate sustainability, environment, social and governance. I, Dr. Kanchan Khause, Assistant Professor from Department of Commerce and Management from Dr. S.C. Gullane Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Art, Nagpur. Now, the top objective of my topic is social sustainability is to be satisfy essential human need, which include the all the human needs like the water, nutritional food, and the social security. Second objective is that to change the business practices from those that may not damage the environment negatively, because nowadays we know that environment is we are going to exploit the environment very badly. So we have to take care about the environment. Third objective is that to meet the need of the current generation in the way that do not compromise the potential of the future generation. For the protection of the future generation, we have to take some additional step, or we have to protect the next generation. Some value added things we have to take care about the sustainability of any corporate. So three pillars, I have basically mentioned the three pillars for the corporate sustainability. First of all, the environment. Second is the social responsibility and governance. Each and every person have the environmental responsibility for the protection of each and every environment. Second, responsibility toward the society. In that social responsibility, we have to take care about the quality, then other responsibility toward the society means protection of the society and all that thing. Third thing is related with the governance, means whatever the corporate policy we are going to incorporate it in any organization, that corporate policy should be very clear and proper. This three key components points I have explained in briefly in my next slide, that corporate governance issue apply universally across all industry. Means it is not necessary that policy regarding the corporate governance is different from company to company. It is equally it is applicable universally to all the industry. whether it is a public industry, whether it is private industry. But in a private industry, it will be strictly followed. Second key point is that the good governance of corporate environment and social issue creates the sustainable company. Third key point is that material environment and social issue vary significantly by industry and may even be companies specified depending on the level of materiality of each factors. It will be explained in my next slide. Corporate, what is meant by the corporate governance? Actually, environment and social. The corporate governance include three basic points: board quality, management incentives, and shareholders' rights. Board qualities especially include so many points. Board quality is nothing but the independence, skill and qualification, then the diversity, refreshments, and board leadership. The second, corporate governance is come under the management incentive. In management incentive play a very vital role for the corporate governance. Incentive includes the pay for performance alignment, ownership requirement, matrix and goal, servant and clawback provisions. So third thing is regarding the shareholders' rights. Board accountability to the shareholder. Shareholders' rights can be protected, their ability can be protected. They have to give the voting rights in each and every meeting. One shareholder should have the one voting rights in each and every corporate meeting. So shareholders' rights can be protected so that shareholders can be increases their interest regarding the investment in any of the organization. Second issue is related with the environment, which is very important and big issue nowadays. Climate change, carbon emission. First point related with the environment is climate change. Second is the resource management, and third one is the environmental impact. First, in the climate change, carbon emission, energy efficiency, renewable energy, fossil fuel reserve. These are the climate change. Then the resource management is the water management, raw material, and energy resources. Third, environmental impact is on the air quality, ecological impact, waste management, plastics, and critical incidents. So third thing related with the corporate the value added is on the corporate governance is the social. Workplace and human capital will be taken care. In that, the inclusion of the diversity, supply chain labor, workplace, health safety, and gender pay gap. Then second is the value chain, product health and safety, then data priority, data security, predatory sale, means pricing policy should be taken care so that our data cannot be hacked. Then society and community. Community relation, proper community relation should be maintained by each and every organization properly. Economic impact play a very important role on the society. Then human rights will be protected, corruption and political activity. Then environment, social and governance program develop a continuous improvement if we want to increase added the value in the corporate sustainability. These are the strategy we are going to follow: the monitoring, material issue, strategic alignment, board oversee, policies and initiative, and metrics and goal. These are the important strategy we are going to follow. ECG as a part of the company, which the core strategy which are emphasized on basically the material issue. Material issue is related with the financial, environmental, and social standpoints. Second is related with the strategic alignment. In that, proper alignment regarding the materiality for the development of ESG strategy like environment, social, and government strategy, which is fully integrated with the border strategy. Third one is the board leader and oversight. In that, the supervision of the board leader is very much important. The next is the matrix and the goal. in the matrix and the goal, which have this implement the program include the quantitative and qualitative objective, which can be monitored the measure of the company program towards the goal. The last one is the monitoring. Implementing should allow the regular assessment of the effective various programs, and so that the company can make adjustment for improvement. Seven C's of the ESG management. Following are the problem practices among the company which dealing with the management ESG issue. First one is excessive focus on rating. So many company are going to focus only on the rating, checking box and all that thing. So they can create the problem. Second problem creating points is that treating ESG solely as the communication effects. There can be the communication gap between the management and other lower level management or high level management. So that's the problem can be created. Problem cannot be solved easily. The third one is that the lack of board and management overseas. In that case, the core part of the company, that is vision or mission, cannot be implemented properly. Then disconnect from the business strategy. Means whatever the business strategy, whatever the business objective or goal we have decided, that strategy cannot be fulfilled, or that can be failed to serve the purpose. The next one is inconsistency across the firms. In that, lack of the company-wide strategy and coordinations leave the significant gap in the company ESG management program with potential exposure of the to the risk. The last point is that lack of assessment and monitoring. In that, monitoring can play a way. Lack of assessment and monitoring, which make progress and receive full the credit to ongoing initiative through the reporting. But these are the problematic point which can creates the dealing with the management creates the problem. And last, the conclusion. The study assess the associated between the firm's sustainability and economic performance, so that the analytical aim to investigate the influence and changing of the corporate sustainability. Corporate sustainability translate into higher profit margin without negatively impact cost benefit and trade-off. Our study is also a precursor in comprehensive examine the influence and extent of corporate sustainability while considering the different component of economic performance. Thank you so much. If anyone have any query, please ask me.
Thank you so much, Kanchan ma'am, for such a nice presentation. And I think again there are no questions. So let's move forward. And our last presenter is Miss Poonam Budlani ma'am. She is an assistant professor in Department of Commerce and Management from Dr. S.C. Gulane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. So over to Poonam ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Pooja, ma'am. Very good afternoon, all the dignitaries. Today, I, Dr. Poonam Budlani, Assistant Professor from Commerce Department of Dr. S.C. Gulane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts, Nagpur, here in front of you to present a topic on role of corporate social responsibility of Indian companies in new normal and analytical study on 2 days national conference on contemporary issue management, commerce and economics, disruption and sustainability under a new normal, organized by Dr. S.C. Gulane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. I'm starting my presentation with my abstract of study. Corporate social responsibility is not a new concept that is well known to society as well as companies after the Companies Amendment Act 2013. CSR is for satisfy with the 2% profit that has been benefited the society by resources taken from the society. The impact of COVID-19 on society, particularly businesses, is not good merely in the context of global health and economic crisis. The research paper shows that CSR activities in Indian companies in pandemic, how they are positively promoting the CSR practice and with good impact. The research will investigate whether this is beneficial to the society and community's welfare. The study contribution to the general understanding of role of CSR in companies in new normal. uh, Introduction of my studies, it is with related with the CSR and its spending by various companies. Since the introduction of CSR clause in 2014, corporate Indian has greatly boosted its CSR investment. Companies contribution 1 billion US dollar to CSR projects in 2020, a 47% increase over what they did in 2014 and 15 according to a survey. CSR of companies are related with the following aspects. Actually, these 5 points are the very important for every business. First one is consumer, supplier, environment, communities, and employees. But if we talk about CSR, in from all of five, community is very important. For extending the role of CSR, I would like to explain some points about Companies Act 2013. Following an amendment of Companies Act 2013 in April 2014, India became the first nation in the world to mandate corporate social responsibility. As part of any CSR compliances, business might invite their profit areas like education, poverty, gender, equality, and hunger. The 2013 Companies Act modification mandates businesses having a net worth of at least INR 5 billion annual revenue of at least INR 10 million or net profit at least INR 50 millions to spend 2% of their average net profits of 3 years on CSR. For this research, I have referred so many articles, and one of them is article published by Vetharanjan C. Ramu C. in 2019. In his article on consumer knowledge on corporate social responsibility to select FMCG companies in Chennai district, the paper shows that the consumer have enough knowledge on legal ethics and economic responsibilities in CSR practice of FMCG companies, and that not considered because of various differences in the knowledge across the categories by social, economic, and demographic features. This can also affect preferring the particular companies for the personal care products. The consumer knowledge of CSR practice of FMCG companies tends that they give more preference. On this basis, the objectives of my research are: first one is to study the role of CSR in Indian companies in new normal. Second, to study the role of government for application of CSR. And third and last one is to study the effect of CSR on society. See, in new normal, it means during the COVID-19 and after COVID-19, what was the role of CSR? As everyone is aware about the effect of the coronavirus on businesses, societies, and the entire planet. During the moment when economic activities is gradually restored, businesses must take advantage of the crisis to broaden their corporate social responsibilities footprints. They should first establish their relationship with NGOs and professionalize their CSR team in order to allocate most money possible to CSR initiatives. 5.6% of the allocated money they already been donated by CSR, proving that it is only being used as a last resort during the period of COVID-19 and after it. For this study, I have referred or collected CSR report of so many companies, but I have selected only these four companies because these four companies have played very creditable role in pandemic. First one is Tata Group. As we all know, the role of Tata Group in development of society and country. Second one is Ultratech Cement, Mahindra and Mahindra ITC. These four companies played very good role in COVID-19 and in new normals. Especially Tata Group and Ultratech Cement, they provide vast facility of medical, not only facility of medical, but they also provide the medical equipment to the society free of cost. And if we talk about Mahindra and Mahindra, they provide good education and internet facility to all the members, all the society. uh, Now, before concluding my topic, I would like to tell something about COVID-19 and the role of SRS. See, in COVID-19, so many companies have played good role, but this company has played very good role, and on this basis, we can say that the role played by this company, the major reason is that the Companies Amendment Act 2030, which was implemented in April 2014. In this was mandated by all the companies to follow the social responsibility. And the basic funda was that whatever we have taken from society, we should provide them back. जो कुछ भी सोसाइटी से कमाया है उसमें से कुछ परसेंट हमें सोसाइटी के वेलफेयर के लिए लगाना है. And on that, government had compulsory for all companies to provide some quality service to the society. Conclusions of my research paper is, first one is, in the period of pandemic and after pandemic, companies have played good role with CSR due to mandatory CSR provision in 2014. Corporate social responsibility is compulsory for all the companies. It provides very much help to companies in new normal. Only few companies, especially which are taken for this study, provided good medical health service and other services, and most of the companies just did as a formality. Most of the companies are not ready to spend on society willingly because companies are not aware about their responsibilities, and also society is not aware about their rights from the corporate world with the respect of CSR. At last, the suggestion of my studies, first one is, it's a suggestion to the government that government should strictly follow the rules and regulations regarding the implication of CSR in all the companies. And second one, the government should provide awareness program regarding CSR for companies as well as for society. Thank you. If anyone wants to ask to any question, you can.
There are no questions, ma'am. Thank you, Poonam ma'am.
Thank you very much, organizer of this conference. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, organizer of this conferences, and providing me chance to present my paper. Thank you, Pooja.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. Now let me have privilege to thank you all the presenters for giving such a wonderful presentation on their research work. I express my gratitude to all the presenters for gracing the conference and presenting their research papers in this national conference. Now let me have privilege to invite our guest for addressing the presenters and express her views. Over to Mugdha ma'am.
Thank you so much, Preeti madam. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity of reviewing the papers of such learned research scholars. I have been listening to all the presentations very intently. We have had 10 wonderful presentations encompassing a variety of subjects. We began with the presentation of Mr. Gaurav Gajbe, who has spoken on FDI in India under the new normal and the top sectors which have received positive response for FDI in the new normal. And his paper has spoken in depth about horizontal, vertical FDI and conglomerates as well. He concludes by saying that it is simple to develop the economy through FDI in the new normal and especially solve the problem of unemployment. He also speaks about his review of literature, which was very impressive, and the significant difference in economic growth with FDI has been shown very properly in his paper. He has compared data for the year 22-23 among the sectors of service, trading, chemical, telecommunication. These are the four sectors. So his paper has been very thought provoking, and he has suggested that the government should be more liberal on FBI and domestic players should be influenced or should be allowed to play a more influential role in attracting foreign companies. The next presentation was given by Dr. Farooq Ahmed, who has been talking about e-commerce and how COVID has worked as a boon in breaking open the field of technology, or rather digital technology, for the industry, how online shopping has been facilitated, and so on and so forth. The next paper was by
Excuse me,
Mr.
ma'am.
Mo.
Sorry to
Huh?
interrupt you. Ma'am, can you
Yeah.
please place your camera vertical?
Yeah.
It's horizontal. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. The next presentation was by Mr. Mohan Jagnade. His focus, this was a very new topic actually, though we have come across so many topics in so many conferences, but nobody has ever spoken about NCCT, corporate training, and hence this topic was especially new. The focus of this paper was on NCCT, National Council for Cooperative Training. He has given a detailed analysis of the NCCT, its training units, and need-based training provided to people in the cooperative sector. Data analysis has been mainly secondary. He has spoken about the performance of ICM Pune, which has been consistently positive and consistently improving, and about the recognition of NCCT's cooperative Dr. V.V. Patil ICM Pune and the significance of its performance. He has suggested to link all skill-based training through collaboration with the PMKVY scheme. The next paper was by Ms. Swarada Gulhane. Again, this topic is the in thing of today's digital world. She has spoken about augmented reality and virtual reality, and she has given an insight into so many things which we as customers have never been aware. And she has talked about lack of awareness as one of the topics. She has spoken about augmented reality and virtual reality, which give us a 3D product experience and stimulating all the five senses. While virtual reality, she has spoken about how customers can try on clothes uh, on avatars that have been customized to their body requirements. So this is an entirely new thing. And she has spoken about the limitations, most majority of which have been the lack of technical infrastructure, high implementation cost, and lack of awareness among the users. This was a very fresh topic, and a new knowledge on new technology has been provided by Ms. Varda Gulhane. The next paper by Dr. Monica Jain and Muktai Deb once again was has very extensively covered those things which, though we all are aware of, we have never felt the seriousness of that thing. Where Madam has spoken about demographic dividend, that is the unrealized potential of India's skilled labor, our huge manpower, which is expected to be at a highest of 69% by 2030, how the new economic policy intends to make the generation more employable. She has spoken about what we should be doing rather than crying about what we don't have. So, what we should be doing is to make our workforce more employable so that the industry doesn't incur cost when, and the student, when he's out of college, he's already fit to get into the job and start working. She has spoken in depth about how the NEP 2020 industry internship and collaborations are bridging the gap between industry and academia, and how students should focus on development of soft skills, and that should start in college. The next paper was by Mr. Sandeep Alone. Again, he has spoken about something new, the gig economy, how India is a booming gig economy and a platform economy. And he has taken questions regarding the gig workforce, the contributions and the challenges of the gig workforce. He has also used secondary data for his analysis, and he also suggests that there should be a collaboration between the government and the educational institutions so as to convert the challenges into the opportunities. The next paper by Ms. Vishakha Bagde was a study on corporate governance and corporate social responsibilities. She has spoken about the advantages and the limitations of CSR, Though we are all aware of the advantages, Vishakha Bagde has thrown light on the disadvantages as well, among which she talks about lack of community participation, lack of transparency, and narrow awareness about CSR. The next paper was by Ms. Sakshi Hazare. She has spoken about the use of technology as a blessing for the business. She has concluded by saying that business efficiency definitely increases by use of technology. Cost is reduced, there is more flexibility, security, and opportunity for expansion. But there are certain drawbacks as well, such as lack of face to face communication, wastage of time, data frauds, and dependency on technology. The next paper was by Ms. Kanchan Khause. She talks about value added in the area of corporate sustainability, where she's talking about corporate sustainability and the three pillars of corporate sustainability, namely the environmental, social, and governance pillar. She talks about how environmental protection is important, which should not be impacted negatively by business practices. And she speaks about the association between sustainability and economic performance, which definitely leads to higher profits and better cost benefit trade offs. The last paper has been presented by Ms. Poonam Budlani. She talks about the role of CSR of Indian companies in the new normal. She has spoken about the role of four major companies and their contribution to CSR and how it has played an instrumental role during COVID. She has spoken about Tata, Ultratech Cement, Mahindra and Mahindra, and ITC groups, which have spent on CSR. And another thing which she definitely mentions is that um, companies are spending on CSR just as a formality, and it is due to their lack of awareness about their responsibility towards the society. So, with this, we have come to an end of all these 10 wonderful presentations on a varied variety of subjects. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be a part of your conference and be a part of all these learned presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Due to time constraints, we have taken only 10 presentations. There are various papers we have received, but due to time constraints, we have taken only 10 presentations. So now thank you so much, ma'am, for such knowledgeable, valuable, and informative suggestions and expressing your thoughtful insights. Really, it's indeed a great honor for our college to have such a prominent personality known for her contribution to the research field, for her ideas and elegance of explanation of everything. I need to mention my deepest sense of appreciation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
And thank you all for your attention and active participation. I hope that today's presentation leaves us all with valuable insights. Now, I, Pooja, take your leave and invite Dr. Sapna Gutke, ma'am, to proceed further for the valedictory function. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Pooja ma'am. The most precious jewels are not made up of stone, but of flesh. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries and dear participants across the nation. I, Dr. Sapna Ghutke from the Department of Commerce and Management, feel honored to welcome you to the valedictory function of the National Conference on Contemporary Issues in Management, Commerce and Economics, Disruption and Sustainability under the New Normal. First and foremost, I offer a gracious welcome to the chief guest of the National Conference, Honorable Queen Jessie from Philippines. I heartily welcome Honorable Chairperson Ms. Abhilasha Gurde, CEO of Prerna Seva Mandal. I warmly welcome Dr. Praveen Joshi, Director of Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. Professor R.C. Gulhane, President of Prerna Seva Mandal, Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Secretary of Prerna Seva Mandal, Ms. Aarti Goswami, HR Head of Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts, Dr. Leeladhar Revatkar, Officiating Principal, Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts, Ms. Neha Samudre, Academic Coordinator, heads of all the departments, organizing committee members, and local advisory members of the National Conference, and all the participants across the nation. The novel coronavirus 2019 pandemic sent shockwaves through the world economy and triggered the largest global economic crisis. The crisis led to a dramatic increase in inequality within and across countries. Ever since the arrival of the pandemic, the nation has had to adapt to the comparatively new methods of getting work done. Surviving a pandemic and its associated crisis is a significant achievement for any business. Some businesses were unfortunately unable to survive despite their best efforts due to the severity of the challenges they faced. However, those that did survive can serve as examples of resilience and adaptability in the face of adversity. The main objective of this conference is to bring together research scholars, academicians, industry experts to showcase the current development and technical advancement witnessed in the domain of business management, commerce, mass communication, media technology, and economics. The conference aspires to demonstrate the excellence of research scholars and representatives from academia and industry. The Department of Commerce and Management organized this two-day national conference in virtual mode on contemporary issues in management, commerce, and economics, disruption and sustainability under the new normal on 1st and 2nd September 2023. The first day of the conference started with the introductory remarks of Dr. Praveen Joshi, Director of Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts. This was followed by an inaugural address of Dr. Devendra Arora, Advisor, NAC NBA and Director of Podar Business School, New Delhi, India. He guided to implement the holistic approach for conducting a successful business in the new normal. Later, Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Secretary of Prerna Seva Mandal, addressed the participants and showered his best wishes for the success of the conference. For the first session, the keynote speaker was Dr. Prashant Mehta, Associate Professor, Symbiosis International, Noida. His topic was Workplace Happiness for Sustainability and Growth. The most important point in his address was treat environment as a family for the sustainability in new normal. The resource person for the session was Dr. Sri Jyoti Kutha, Assistant Professor, Department of Finance, Institute of Public Enterprise, Hyderabad. She explained opportunities and challenges in global financial markets. The moderator for this session was Dr. Muktai Dev Chavan, Assistant Professor of Management, Maharashtra National Law University, Nagpur. The key point she highlighted is that the development strategy for the business must be the development of all members of the society and the stakeholders, regardless of their income level, social status, or geographic location. The second session started with Dr. Anuj Verma as a resource person from Symbiosis International University, Bangalore. Sir explained about business analysis and competitive advantage for sustainability in new normal. And his topic was e-commerce market in the new normal. The moderator for this session was Dr. Meenakshi Verma from Symbiosis International University, Bangalore. Today, on 2nd September 2023, The second day started with Dr. Arvind Mohan as a resource person from University of Lucknow, Department of Economics. His topic was contemporary issues in economics. The moderator for this session was Dr. Hari Om Punyani, head of the Department of Commerce and from Hislop College, Nagpur. This was followed by the paper presentation of the participants. And for the review of these participants, Dr. Mugdha Deshpande, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Dayanand Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, was invited. Now it is the time to take feedback from some of the participants. So I request Ms. Neha Kandilkar ma'am, who is Assistant Professor from Department of Commerce from Radha Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. Ms. Neha ma'am, are you there? Neha ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Ma'am, please proceed further. English. I think Neha Kandilkar ma'am is not available, I guess, at this point of time. Now I request Dr. Kamlesh Mittal, Vice Principal, RG Kedia College of Commerce, Hyderabad, for her feedback. Kamlesh ma'am, am I audible? I guess Kamlesh Mittal ma'am has given her feedback on in-call messages, and she's saying that the session was very informative and the topics covered were new. Thank you so much for your feedback, Kamlesh ma'am. Thanks for appreciating our efforts, ma'am. It's truly an honor, and from the organizer of the national conference, on behalf of the organizer of the national conference, I'm grateful to have received this recognition. Thank you, ma'am. Motivation keeps going, but discipline keeps you growing. I request Dr. Leeladhar Revatkar, officiating principal, for the concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sapna. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you. As the principal of this institution, hosting the National Conference on Contemporary Issues in Management, Commerce and Economics with the theme Disruption and Sustainability under the New Normal, I am pleased to share my remark on this important event. First and foremost, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the all participants, distinguished speakers, researchers, and attendees who have joined us for this conference. Your presence here reflects your commitment to the advancement of knowledge in the field of management, commerce, and economics, especially in the context of the rapidly changing global landscapes. The theme of this conference, Disruption Sustainability under the New Norm, is not only timely but also profoundly relevant to our rapidly evolving worlds. We find ourselves navigating a complex landscape, one marked by the technological innovations, environmental crisis, economic volatility, and most notably the enduring impact of the global COVID-19 pandemic. Disruption, once considered as anomaly, has now become a constant companion in our lives. Whether we look at the profound transformation in business models, the reconfiguration of supply chain, or the rapid advancement of digital technologies, it is clear that changes is the new normal. Organizations must continually adapt to stay relevant and thrive in this dynamic environment. On the other hand, sustainability is a call to action that resonates more powerfully than ever. The interconnected challenges of climate change, resource scarcity, and social inequality demands that we take a hard look at our practices and policies. Sustainability is not just an ethical imperative, but also an economic necessity. Businesses and economies that prioritize sustainability are not only more resilient but also better positioned for a long term success. A Pew Research Center organization from Washington, D.C. has conducted one survey in 2020 across the world and asked to consider what life will be like in 2025 in the wake of outbreak of the global pandemic and other crises in 2020. So some 915 innovators, developers, businesses, and policy leaders, researchers and activists responded. Their broad and nearly universal views is that people's relationship with technology will deepen as larger segments of the population comes to rely more on digital connections for work, education, healthcare, daily commercial transactions, and essential social interactions. A number of a number describes this as a tele-everything world. Notable shares of these respondents foresee significant changes that will worsen economic inequality. That is, those who are highly connected and the techno-savvy pull further ahead of those who have less access to digital tools and less training or aptitude for exploiting them, and as technological change eliminates some job. Second, enhance the power of big technology. That is, it forms as they exploit their market advantages and mechanisms such as artificial intelligence in way that seems likely to further erode and privacy and autonomy of their users. Third, multiply the spread of misinformation. Most of the people says that the polarized population wage varying information campaign with their foes. Many respondents said their deepest worry is over the seemingly unstoppable manipulation of public perception, emotion, and action via online disinformation, lies, and hate speech deliberately weaponized to propagate destructive biases and fears. At the same time, a portion of these experts express hope that changes spawned by the pandemic will make things better for significant portion of the population because of the changes that are first inaugurate few reforms aimed at racial justice and social equity. As critics of current economics arrangement and capitalism itself gain support and policymakers attention. Second, enhance the quality of life for many families and workers as more flexible workplace arrangements become permanent and communities adjust to them. Third, produce technology enhancement. In virtual and augmented reality and AI that allows people to live smarter, safer, and more productive lives, enabled in many cases by smart system in such key areas as healthcare, education, and community livings. These 6 themes were commonly expressed by these experts in their responses to a question that asked them to consider the changes that were set in motion in 2020 by COVID-19 outbreak and describe what the new normal might look like in 2025. Some 47% of these respondents said life will be mostly worse for most people in 2025 than it was before the pandemic, while 39% said life will be mostly better for people in 2025 than it were pre-pandemic. Another 14% people said most people's lives in 2025 will not be much different from the way things would have turned out if there had been a no pandemic. So, in conclusion, I am confident that the National Conference on Contemporary Issues in Management, Commerce, and Economics will be resound success, and that the insights and ideas generated here will contribute to the advancement of knowledge and the promotion of sustainable practices in our ever evolving worlds. So, thank you, and I wish everyone a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you, and good day, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, there is no doubt that the world of new normal have created the need of artificial intelligence and automation. Being a captain isn't just about power, it's about steering your crew in the right direction in both calm and stormy waters. I request Dr. Praveen Joshi, Director Dr. S.C. Gulhane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts, to address the participants. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. The chief guest of this valedictory function of the 2 days national level conference, Dr. Tween J.C. Lane Arbigia from Manila. The chairperson of this valedictory function, Ms. Abhilasha Gudde, the HRM of Prerna Seva Mandal, Aarti Goswami, Principal Dr. Revatkar, the HOD of Department of Commerce and Management, Dr. Ashish Gupta, the curricular, extracurricular activities coordinator, Ms. Neha Samundram, and the participants. It has been a wonderful organization of this conference on a very important topic, which has been meaningfully deliberated over during this last 2 days conference, and now it marks the valedictory function. I'm sure that this conference must have largely benefited to the participants as they have been properly informed, guided, and provided knowledge and penetration into this very important topic of today's discussion. Our economy, the worldwide economy, had been derailed during the COVID-19 period. COVID-19 has caused tremendous economic loss to the entire world. And many countries, even today, are not in a position to bring their economy on the right track. However, as far as India is concerned, we are well balanced, we are well placed, and with a very dynamic leadership at the center, and in all the states, India has recovered fast from the losses that our country has suffered during COVID-19. The growth of around 9.5% in GDP has been recorded during the last year. Although it was a very crucial period for the people of world, all the people of world, since it is a human spirit to overcome all kind of barriers and obstacles and to keep on fighting the battle. Now the world is in quite a stable position with this human spirit of fighting. In literature, we find that there are novels, there are plays, which have the theme of life being normal, then some kind of conflict occurs, and then again the conflict is resolved and life comes to normal. The same thing happened with this COVID-19. Now we are facing, we are in such a position that we call new normal. New normal is the new phrase which has been given to the period that has followed COVID-19. Friends, it's true that economically now we are much stable, but there are certain issues which remain to be addressed even now. The problem of unemployment is there. The other day when TV news was there that in Bihar, for a very small number of teachers posts, there were thousands and thousands of qualified youths who struggled to travel, who struggled to reach the destination, and who struggled to pass the examination. For a very small number of seats, thousands and thousands of aspiring candidates had come, which shows the tremendous problem of unemployment. It focuses on that. This is only a small example. Hundreds of PhD candidates, thousands of postgraduate candidates, millions of trained graduates, they are moving here and there in search of employment and they are not getting it. We have to bring about a transformation in your banking system also. The problem is that all those who are rich and influential people, they easily get the loans. But those who are mediocre, ordinary people, it's very difficult for them to get loans from the bank. The banks harass them. Corruption is involved there. Getting loan becomes a nightmare for them. This problem has to be addressed immediately so that even a common person who approaches any bank can easily get the loan, either to have the startup settled or established, or for any other purpose, including education. The problem of corruption has not been given enough attention. Maybe at higher level, many things have been done. ED is very active. But what about the root level? What about the government offices? What about the municipal corporations? Everywhere the common man has to face the problem of corruption. The demands are so high that he is not in a position to meet that demand. His resources are limited and the demands are very high. We have to solve this problem also. During migration, there was reverse migration. We have seen that thousands and thousands of people have come back or gone back to their native places, to their native countries. And therefore, in every sector, there has been a problem of labor. So the reverse migration now must be taken care of, and all those who have come back to their native places, they should be reassured that they will get employment in the countries or in the region where they used to work earlier. So there are numerous problems that our country is still facing on the economic front. I'm sure that this conference must have thrown light on these and many other problems. At the same time, what difficulties we are facing even after COVID-19, that also must have been discussed. Hope this provides a new churning on this particular subject, and hope the authorities take a serious note of this and do something to introduce reforms in the sectors where they are needed. I congratulate Dr. Leeladhar Revatkar, the principal of the college, the HOD, Dr. Ashish Gupta, the coordinators of the conference, Dr. Priyanka, and all others, the extracurricular, curricular, and co-curricular activities in charge and coordinator, Ms. Neha Samundre, and all those who are directly or indirectly involved in the organization of this conference. Hearty congratulations to all of you. It has been a very successful conference, which has certainly provided you with new insights and penetration into the topic. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Truly, in new normal, unemployment and corruption are the key issues needs to be addressed and have a lion's share for the development of the economy of the nation. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening the participants. Now, the most awaited moment of the conference is here, that is to have the Honorable Chief Guest, Queen Jessie, to address the participants. She is genuine, she is beautiful, she is incredibly insightful, she has many skills, she is an amazing role model, she is an inspiration, and she has a radiant personality. She is none other than the Queen of Philippines, Jessie. But unfortunately, due to some unavoidable reasons, she is not able to attend the national conference today. Now we will move forward for the proceedings of the national conference. She is a beauty with a brain, just like sun appears in light rain. I request Honorable Chairperson Ms. Abhilasha Gurde, CEO of Prerna Seva Mandal, to address the participants. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The chief guest of the valedictory function of the two-day national level conference, Queen Jessie, Dr. Praveen Joshi, sir, Director, Dr. S.C. Gullane, Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts, Dr. Leeladhar Revatkar, sir, Officiating Principal, Dr. Ashish Gupta sir, the Head Department of Commerce and Management, the staff members and the participants of the conference. I heartily congratulate all the staff members of the Department of Commerce and Management for having very successfully organizing the two-day national level conference on the topic contemporary issue in the management, commerce and economics, disruption, sustainability under the new normal. The topic holds a great relevance in the present context as after the substitution of COVID 19. The world has more concentrated on bringing the economy on the progressive path. In the fiscal year 21-22, India's GDP expanded by 9.5%, showcasing a strong recovery and outperforming most other major economics. This rebound can be attributed to a combination of factors, including government stimulus measures, a revival in consumer demand, and increased industrial production. I am sure that very soon the ill effects of COVID will pass off and the world will see the new light of growth, development, and progress. I am sure that this conference will give new direction to the thought process of the fiscal policy planners. I once congratulate all the participants and the organizer for the grand success of the conference. With this, I take your leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your precious words. History never really says goodbye. History says, see you later. With this quote, I, Dr. Sapna Ghutke, take your leave and request Ms. Sakshi Shivare to propose a vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. With this warm afternoon, I would like to quote some quotes. Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it, by Williams Ward. The roots of all goodness lie in the soil of appreciation for goodness, by Dalai Lama. It's very well said. So let's be grateful to people who make us happy and contented with knowledge. Means knowledge leads to happiness. This conference was not only the source of knowledge, but it helps us to walk on the path of success. Esteemed guests, scholars, and delegates, as we draw the curtains on this enlightening conference, it gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks on this occasion to all the dignitaries and participants across the nation. I, Sakshi Shivare, from Department of Commerce and Management, on behalf of Prerna College of Commerce, Science and Arts, welcome you all. We stand here at the conclusion of National Conference on Contemporary Issues in Management, Commerce and Economics, centered around the theme Disruption and Sustainability under the New Normal. From the beginning of the conference, we have been marked by vibrant discussions, insightful sessions, and the exchange of ideas that have broadened our understanding of the modern challenges and opportunities in our fields. It was not just educative and informative, but also productive, fruitful, and wonderful sessions. To make this conference more knowledgeable, various experts have given their valuable contributions. I would like to give special thanks to all the contributors who have excellently guided the participants and share their valuable knowledge and expertise with us. Your expertise has ignited curiosity and propelled us to the new realms of understanding. Individually and collectively, you have enriched us, and we are profoundly grateful for your contributions. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Leeladhar Revadkar sir. Your insightful words at the beginning of this valedictory session have set the frame of the event. inspiring all of us to delve deeper into the themes and the topics have been discussed from yesterday. On this occasion, I must extend my deepest gratitude to Queen Jessie from Philippines for being the chief guest at this valedictory function. It is with deep appreciation and hearty gratitude that I extend our thanks to Ms. Abhilasha Gurdhe, our esteemed addressee of this valedictory function. Your presence has been the guiding light for our event, and your insights have left us indelible mark on us. Lastly, but certainly not least, our hearty thanks goes to Dr. Praveen Joshi sir. Your work has been a source of inspiration for many in our community, and it has guided the discussions and deliberations throughout this event. On behalf of our college, I would like to extend our gratitude to all the resource persons who have contributed their expertise and insights to various sessions. Your diverse viewpoints and thoughtful contributions have truly enriched the conference experience. All sessions was really engaging one, hands-on, allowing us to delve into deep practical aspects of each subjects. We got to learn a lot from you all. Moving on to our dedicated moderators who successfully guided the discussions and kept the sessions on track, we express our heartfelt gratitude to you. Your ability to facilitate meaningful conversation and manage the flow of ideas has been invaluable. I would like to individually thank to each of the moderators for their exceptional contribution. Now, I would like to express our sincere thanks to our Honorable President of Prerna Seva Mandal, Professor R.C. Gulhane, the Secretary of Prerna Seva Mandal, Dr. S.C. Gulhane, sir. I thank them for their kindness, their interest, and their continuous support. My hearty thanks goes to our respected CEO of Prerna Seva Mandal, Ms. Abhilasha Gurdhe, and HR, Ms. Aarti Goswami, ma'am. Thank you very much for your continuous support, ma'am. My hearty thanks goes to our respected and visionary director of our college, Dr. Praveen Joshi sir, for his continuous motivation, support, vision, and commitment. I must thanks to our respected officiating principal, Dr. Leeladhar Revatkar sir, for his continuous support. I would like to thank the organizing team for organizing such a wonderful conference, and their dedicated efforts made this conference a grand success. I owe special thanks to all the technical department members who have worked hard to make this conference a memorable success. I also thanks all the distinguished participants who have blessed us with their presence in this conference. I request participants to fill the feedback form, and you will receive your certificates within next working 3 days. Friends, let us carry with us the knowledge gained, the connections established, and the inspiration ignited during last 2 days of the conference. We hope to meet again in the journey of knowledge and discovery. At last, I thank all for making this conference a resounding success. With this, the valedictory function comes to an end, and thank you everyone for your wonderful contributions. Thank you all. Jai Hind. Participants, the feedback link is given in the chat box as well.